Start the YouTube stream too. Okay. I believe we are live. It says one is live. It says 2 is live. Okay. You got to scoot over just a little bit. Okay. Here we go. There he is. Well, friends who are joining us, welcome. Thank you for hanging out today. It is Tuesday, December 30th, 2025, and we're in that weird little gap between between holidays and the new year. Today's stream is going to be sharpening some knives, a couple camping knives, and then a couple knives from the kitchen. We want to start the new year sharp, literally. After we're finished sharpening knives today, we're going to work on some recipe development. I have a cheesy asparagus puff pastry hand pie type of situation that I'm going to make. I don't have really like a base recipe for it. I've just like made hand pies before. So we need to do some documentation for that, some measuring, some weighing, some timing, and then that's yeah, we're gonna make that and document it. Then if time permits, we're either going to make a mug cake, because I've been really wanting another mug cake. Like, I've made one a while ago on stream, and now I want one again, and I've been thinking about it for like weeks now, so I'd like to make one. They take like 5 minutes, so I don't know why we couldn't do that. But I also might, instead of doing that, use the new waffle maker that I was showing earlier. This thing, it's a cast iron waffle maker. You put it on the stove, you flip it over. It's probably 120 some years old, and presumably still works. So all of that is going to be today's stream. We're going to start with the knives because that is the long, tedious part. Then we'll get to the other tedious part, which is developing the recipe stuff. And then we'll have a snack. Liz says, is that a dinosaur shirt? It is, I don't know what the brand is. It has, I forget what the actual make model. I forget what the brand is for this one, but it's a, it's a person in like a little dinosaur costume. And the back is actually a larger version of the same thing. It says something to the effect of like, I don't know when we got so old. I want to be the same age for a little while longer. Anyway, I forget exactly what the back says. But there it is. And I will tell you, I walked by that booth. I got this at TwitchCon. I don't know why. I was like in my feelings at that moment, and I literally like I walked by the booth, I read the back of the shirt, and I started crying. Like right there on the floor. I was like, I think I was feeling old, because the experience of being at TwitchCon as someone who is 41 is weird, because so many people are younger. So many people are younger, clearly younger. And I think I was like feeling that while I was there, and I was like, oh my god, it's so true. I just want to like be a kid. Anyway, so I was like, I have to buy the shirt. And I walked up and was like, you know, they weren't like, are you okay? But I was still like flush when I walked in and bought it. Anyway, not embarrassed about it. It's just notable. Welcome. Hello. Good to see you. Okay, we finished our coffee. We can get started now. we're going to start with some knife sharpening. So, a couple announcements today. Before we do start this, today is the last day to get your Cookie Club entries in. So, if you are inclined to do so, there are many ways to get Cookie Club entries. Command cookies. You will find all of them. Tier 2 subscribers get double your Cookie Club entries every month. Tier 3 subscribers get cookies every month, no matter what. I understand there might be some sort of promotion going on Twitch. If I knew more about it, I would talk about it. But like, I don't know, maybe subs are cheaper right now. If you want to subscribe, there's a Cookie Club entry. We don't have as many entries in December as we have had the last few months, because the last few months are like, I don't know, wild. And I also streamed a 1 full week less this month. So anyway, it is also a good day to get your December subscription in. 35% off for 5+ gifted subs. Oh, okay. Only gifted subs. All right. That's fine. Okay, cool. So it's not like you get a cheaper subscription. Sigh. Okay. That's not really helpful. I don't know. Gifted, whatever. I will never say no to money, but like, I like it when you just make the subscription cheaper. That's my preference. Anyway, that's announcement number 1. Well, announcement number 1 is like, it's the last stream of the calendar year. Woohoo! We made it. Announcement number 2. Thursday, there is a long form stream. We're going to be out and about in Philadelphia on New Year's Day. It is a big thing. It is a big event. There is a parade. It is the longest running folk parade in the United States. It is the #1 holiday parade in the United States. Yes, over Mardi Gras. Yes, over the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Better than that. It is the Mummers Parade. Command Mummers in chat. It is celebrating 125 years of the Mummers Parade this year. The Mummers Parade is half as old as this country, which is super cool. It's changed a lot over the years. It's gotten better. Caveat, we will probably still see a lot of people drunk. We will see a lot of merriment. There may be some questionable things from a like culturally sensitive perspective. It is uniquely Philadelphian, and it's fun to go to. It's going to be below freezing all day. We're going to be out on the street from sometime between 9 and 11, and we'll be live. We'll be live again. We'll be live tomorrow, Thursday, sometime between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. The parade starts at 9 a.m. Parade ends at 7 p.m. We'll probably be finished the parade, and then we'll go down to the party on 2nd Street, and we'll probably wrap up the stream around 8 or 9 p.m. So we might hit a 12-hour stream on Thursday. I have a plan for charging my battery midstream. I have a plan for staying warm. I have a plan for keeping my feet comfy. Anyway, we have plans in place. Announcement number 3 is a very short and sweet one. Follows are silent. If you're hanging out and lurking, and you're like, "What's happening here? This seems interesting," or whatever. Follows are always silent. I will not say hi to you if you hit the follow button. There's no sounds. There's no alerts. There's no chat messages. But please feel free to lurk and chat as you would like. Anyway, McDougal, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Good to have you. 35% off is a split. The streamer also gets 35% less. Get out of here, Twitch. You cheap. The best way to support a streamer is through direct donations. Just FYI, in case you're like, what's better than gifting subs? Just literally giving that through PayPal. Anyway, I see here and figured it must be a cool place. You know, we are generally speaking honored with Liz's presence, and directly speaking, and you would be correct in saying that it is better with Liz here. And hopefully it's a cool place. Hopefully it's a cool place otherwise too. Twinderella, I did go to I went to the influencer meeting. I went to an influencer meeting. Anyway, I was influential, I suppose. Anyway, we learned we learned all about the parade, which was fun. We got to tour the Mummers Museum. There's a museum. It's on 2nd and Washington, right at the start of 2nd Street. So we got to tour the museum, which was really fun. And we got to learn how to do the Mummers strut, command strut in chat. There's a video of it. Not me. There is a video. On YouTube. It's, the place with the videos. I'm like, where was that video on the internet again? Right, it was on YouTube because obviously. So we're going to be doing that on Thursday. It's going to be an all day affair. I'll have Calvin with me for the first hour or two of the day, and then I'm going to drop him off, and then I'm going to go back out. So I'm going to drop him off with Gwen at a location that she can get to with the car. He's going to go home and spend the day on the internet, probably watching YouTube and playing Roblox. And I'm going to go back out, and we'll go all around. But I did go to the influencer event. I did get a press pass, which means hopefully that we can get into certain areas that we couldn't get into last year, and that I won't get yelled at for being in the middle of Broad Street, which I don't really care about because obviously I did that last year and it was fine. Nobody really made a big deal about it because there's lots of people in the middle of Broad Street, but like this year I can be like, boo, got you a press pass in your face. I am apparently pressed. At the end of the thing last night, the guy came out and he was like, all right, so who wants a press pass? And I was like, me, obviously. Liz says Shayna can attest to Lou being amazing in person as well. Oh my God, you want to talk about people who are like, one of my favorite things about TwitchCon is meeting people and like validating that they are not putting on an act, or maybe they are at TwitchCon too, but like when you meet somebody in real life and they're like, you're like, oh shit, you're actually genuinely cool and nice and like kind, and wow, you're like that on stream too. Anyway, Shayna, aka Sharp Balloons, is that person. So, for what that's worth. How do I do this? Okay, right. I'm like, I've done this before. I only do this like every so often, which is like not very often. Okay. But let's get this all set up and then I'll lock this down. Ultimate Foodie Blog, welcome in. I am legit in Philly. I am extremely legitimately in Philly. Legit in Philly is a funny way to put that. Yeah, I'm definitely I am in the city proper. In the city, so I'm in the city so hard I walk everywhere. I'll admit that I did not walk to the event last night because I was late, because I was running late, and I was doing the dishes and I looked up and I was like, oh shit, I gotta be there in 10 minutes, and I was still on time. Sherman, hello, thank you. Yes. Oh, sorry. I saw that chat a minute ago, and then I was like, I'll answer that in a second, and then I didn't. I have seen the Liberty Bell. I used to work down near there, and I used to walk by it literally every day. Fun fact about the Liberty Bell: you can see it from the street. The only reason to go inside is if you want to get like close to it, but you can't like touch it. So it's kind of fun to just like go and look at it from the street. Consistent personalities. Exactly. I think that's like, that is an important factor. It's like, I don't know, when you meet somebody and they're very different and you're like, oh, I don't know. I also think at TwitchCon, a lot of people are just like on, right? Like they're bringing some of their stream energy to that IRL experience. So there is also an element of that, but Softy, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Oh wait, I'm scrolling the wrong way. There we go. A Netflix museum. I haven't. That Netflix house, I think I've seen. I've seen like information about it, or I've seen like ads for it. I have not myself been there or gone there. Does the bell ever ring? That's a funny question. No, I actually don't think that it does. I am pretty sure that they don't ring the bell anymore. I don't know when. That's a great question. When was the last time the Liberty Bell was rung? Because I have no idea. We're setting this up right now. I'm setting it up so I can like, hold on. I need to like really press this down. Okay, that's where this thing is going to go. Okay, there we go. The last time, one of the times that I did this, I sent the video of me doing it to the company that makes these sharpening kits, and the person, the owner, sent me feedback, and it was like, I think that your stand is a little loose. He's like, I'm detecting some wobble, and I was like, oh, thank you, like thanks for the advice. That is good and helpful. So I'm a little bit more aware now of like the wobble, as it were. I'm not at all familiar with what the Netflix house has to offer, if I'm being really honest. I am aware of it, I've heard of it, but I don't honestly know like what. I don't know what my as a non-consumer of media in general, I am not sure what the Netflix house would offer me. And I don't say that to be like condescending or, you know, or whatever. I just like, I don't watch a lot of things, and there's like a whole separate sort of Netflix culture, I think, that has a like folks who like go on Netflix a lot, right? There's like specific shows, so people are like, oh, it's on Netflix, and like so I've scrolled through and I've seen it, right? I just like don't know any of those, and so I'm curious. I haven't looked into the Netflix house situation. I'm curious what their like value proposition would be to someone like me. Do they have good food? Do they have good, you know, do they have games? I'm assuming it's like sort of an arcade too, you know? I'm wondering if you're assembling some Rube Goldberg sharpening device. It is, this is what I would call a pretty heavy duty sharpener. It is a sharpening system that has a couple different components to it, and I don't use it regularly. I use a honing steel for the most part to sharpen pretty much everything, or keep it sharp on a regular basis. But I don't break this kit out except every like 6 or so months, because it is because it does take a little bit of work to set up and to use, frankly. So when I break it out, I sharpen a bunch of knives at once. So I am just at the moment, I'm just over at the sink rinsing off these stones, because I think I rinsed them off between the last time I used them and now, but it's always good to like do that again. Now I don't need to soak these. For many stones, you have a need to like soak them before you use them. So what this is, basically I have this stand, right? And this sits on the counter. It gets basically stuck down to the counter. The knives, so your knives sit on this plate. This is a magnet right here. And as you use this, so basically there's a whole little system here. You kind of lock the knife in place, and then this thing sits, it goes through like a hole here. It's like a rod. And then you put the stone in here, and you like use the stone to sharpen the knife, which we'll get to all of that in just a moment. But basically it's a whole system that I break out every once in a while, because it is, it's very good. It's super, super useful. But it does take a little bit to assemble. Also, I need to make sure that I have the right setting. This thing is old enough that it comes with an instructional DVD. In case, I don't even know how I would play that. I don't have a DVD player that I have access to. Okay, so this is the page I'm looking for, basically. Guide for sharpening angles. So 17 is Japanese chef knives. 19 is sporting and pocket knives. 21 is the perfect angle for everything. So we want to, let's start out with a, let's start out with 21 degrees black. You're like, what are you talking about, Lou? There's a this little arm here. This little arm has these colored lines on it. And so when you put them in, like this line is the black line. So this is, when I put it in and line this up on the device, I know that at this line, it's 21 degrees. At the blue line, it's 19. At this black line, it's 17. At the red line, it's 15. So we're going to start at 21 degrees. Just for reference. So we line that up at the top of the thing. And we lock it in with the little wheel here. And you know, I have a thought. He has a thought. Uh-oh. Dangerous. I have the thought that I could put a separate camera. I could take my stove camera and move it over here. And then have like a wholly separate setup, or a whole separate thing here that like gives you a better perspective on the sharpening rather than just the overhead perspective. So maybe let's do that for a moment. Let's do that for a second here, as I as I get started. Is this camera plugged in? No. Okay, so I can unplug this. Take this off the stove. Now watch how this works. Pop this on a tripod. We'll put this back on the stove later. And we'll get our cord, unplug from the computer, plug this into the computer, plug the other end of that cord into the camera. And then we'll be able to have a little bit of a different perspective on the actual sharpening here. One second as I reactivate that camera. Adjustment, raw camera, stove, sources, deactivate, activate. Plugged in? Is that plugged in? Oh no. Did I break it? This is the right cord, is it not? It keeps telling me it's plugged in, but then it's not. Working. Okay, that one's good. Hold on. Maybe we won't do this. See what happens when I try to get fancy? I've messed up. I've messed something up, and now I have the wrong cord. I swear. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I just... Oh! Okay. I am not using a powerful enough cord. Got it. This is the cord that I want to use. Okay. We got it. I forgot that these cameras require external power. That cord that I'm using is just literally not capable.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh my God.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
I do know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I promise you. That cord is literally not powerful enough to turn the camera on. Okay, there it goes. We got it. Okay. See? Oh, wait, hold on. Now I need to come out of... I'm in studio mode. There we go. Okay. And... Hey, there it is. Yeah, so this is like literally a separate... Like, you can get like a side view of how this works. There we go. Okay, so we're going to start with 21 degrees. Now this knife is a, I don't even know what this is. I missed some chat here. Hold on a second. Let me scroll up here. Ultimate Foodie Blog says 1846 the bell was last rang. Is that correct? That sounds great. That sounds accurate to me. I'm sure if I went inside and looked at the Liberty Bell, that information is available. It's probably available on the internet where you found it. Historical and genealogy purposes. A lot of Sherman, a lot of things. A lot of people came through Philadelphia. It's an old city. It is a very old city. Cyber, I am very familiar with the old disk thing. I have a terabyte external hard drive that I have had for a long time. And I remember back when I got it, it was like, whoa, like a terabyte? That's so much data. And now it's like, I was in Best Buy recently and they had a literal thumb drive that was like 1 terabyte. And I was like, oh. Oh my God, Sherman, I remember burning so many CDs. So many CDs. Has anybody ever told you your mannerisms kind of remind them of Paul Rudd? You know what? Yes. Mannerisms? No, but I've had that. I have had people say that my appearance has that distinction, which I was like, hell fucking yeah, because Paul Rudd doesn't age. Paul Rudd is like an ageless human being. Okay, so basically this system is pretty straightforward. You put this in. Now there's a little lever here on this, or these pins essentially on the side of this thing. And there's a little table that you turn these pins until this little metal plate comes up even with the stone. What is on this lens? Hold on. This is when you can really tell. Sorry, should have given you warning. This is when you can tell that the lens is like, it goes over the stove because it's smudged. Anyway, so this little plate here, you can raise it up and down. And so as the stone wears out, you can change the height of the plate. And depending. So you have to adjust this sort of just a little bit every time. And these screws kind of push it up or down. But you want this plate to be flush with the top of the stone. A Highlander. All I can hear is, I am Connor MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod. God, I watched that movie so many times. Okay, but let's just go back and we're going to read these instructions and make sure that I'm doing this the right way. So we set the knife guide, which I did. Position the blade so that the narrowest part of the blade is resting on the blade table and the edge of the knife is parallel to the front of the knife guide. Yep, I did that. Even the edge of the blade should be even with or a little past the end of the blade table. You want as much of the blade as possible on the blade table. Great. So this is just a little bit past. You do not want the stone to hit the blade table. This is the blade table, right? This plastic piece, this whole like table thing is the blade table that they're talking about. Start with your larger knives. They're easier to hold, right? Sport knives, 3 to 6 inches long. These blades are very stiff, so you can sharpen the entire blade without moving the knife. See page 11 for complete instructions. Okay. We're going to do, actually, I want to do 19 degrees on this one. Because this is a kitchen knife, I would say. Because I use it in the kitchen. Setting the angle on the blade, we got that. Do not wet the stone. Stroke the stone very lightly across the edge of the blade. Now you can see where the stone is cutting in relation to the bevel of the knife. Adjust up until the stone removes all the marker. Okay. Put a small amount of dish soap in the water and saturate the stone. Do not soak the stones, let them dry out before putting them away. Begin at the heel of the blade and work your way toward the tip. Keep the edge parallel to the front of the knife guide for flexible blades. For stiff blades, all of these are stiff blades. Place the stone on the edge of the knife. Pull the knob towards you until the edge is on the ramp. And slide the arm over the heel of the knife. Stroke, push the stone arm forward in a diagonal motion. Make about a 2-inch wide cut. 2 inches like that. Okay. Go all the way to the stop. Use enough pressure to get the stone to cut and no more. Set your pressure. Run the stone a few strokes with no pressure. Gradually add pressure until you feel the stone start to cut. This is the perfect pressure. Got it. Don't go in circles. Use diagonal strokes. Keep the knob loose in your hands and the stone is free to follow the sharp shape of the blade. Okay, so you do one edge, then you do a second edge. You do one edge, then you take the burr off, then you do the other edge, and then you're done. Okay. Make 2 passes down each side of the blade with no pressure. Do not hit the stop on the ramp. Only make a light stroke through each area of the blade. Okay, we got this. Hidden Nemo, welcome in. This is the Edge Pro, edgeproinc.com. True Caretaker, I have definitely never seen the second Highlander. I've only watched the first one. Okay, so we're going to start in this direction. So basically, we're sharpening, straightforward. No circular motion, just up and down, up and down. And I am using a this grit is a 220 grit stone, in case anybody's like wants to make notes about what kind of stone or what type of stone I'm using. But we're just moving down the blade here. All the way to the tip. And back. And I am currently cutting this at a 17-degree angle. Or no, 19 degrees. For kitchen knives, paring knives, and sport knives. That's what it says. A Japanese chef knife would be at a 17, about a 17 degree. Okay, so that is side one. I'm going to wipe that off. And then we're going to take this. We're feeling for a burr. Basically, it folds the metal over in the other direction. So I don't quite have a burr yet. So I want to sharpen with a little bit more pressure than what I just had. Googling the Highlander 2 plain safety video. True Caretaker, would you mind typing that or copying that again and just putting command stream dump in front of it? Just command stream dump and then exactly what you just said. That will put that suggestion into the stream dump channel on Discord, where I will be most likely to remember it. Because that sounds funny. And I do love a good video. And there's a link to Discord in chat, just FYI. But doing that with the stream dump is how I generally remember things that people suggest. Now we're just going over this blade one more time. There we go. There it is. Thank you. Okay, and now I feel a burr. So the burr is basically you cut the metal and the metal sort of folds on the other side of the knife. It like folds around. So what you want to do to get that off is you want to just take a little light couple strokes in one direction with the stone. You're not trying to grind. You're not trying to remove metal. You're just trying to go and take that burr off, meaning take the bit that's folded and just straighten it out. When you're honing your knife with like a steel, when you see someone taking their knife with one of these things and doing like this with the honing steel, what they're doing is basically taking a burr or like cleaning up the edge of the knife, which is exactly what I'm doing with this step right here. So we have that edge. Burr feels good. Still feel it in one little spot. Now I'm going to sharpen this other side. So I don't have to take the burr off of this side. I don't want to. I kind of like to, just to get like a clean, sort of a clean start. Okay. Now we did the one side. Now we're going to sharpen the other side. Basically the exact same thing. And then we'll take the burr off, and then we'll use our next stone. So I'm putting a pretty good edge on these knives. We're going to go up to 1,000 grit, and then we'll do a 2,000 grit polish tape, which is not really sharpening per se, but it's just kind of making it shiny and nice. So what I'm doing with this stone is cutting, actually like shaving off the edge of the knife and really putting a new edge on the knife. So I can feel a burr now running all up the first side that I just did, all except in one little spot. So what you're doing, you want to feel a burr at this point in the process. That means that you sharpen the knife enough in that spot to create a burr, which is, you don't want the burr to be there in the end, but you do want it to be there at this point. You should feel a burr running up and down the entire knife. All right, that's good. I'm going to get that. I'm going to take the burr off of that. Just a couple light strokes, nothing very intense. We're not trying to take any edge off at this point, or any material. Just lightly moving the knife to get the burr off. There we go. So this process will also get faster as I move through, because right now I'm getting sort of the muscle memory back to be able to do this. There's definitely like as I'm working through the last few knives, it will only take a minute or two to like finish them. Okay. And I do one knife at a time fully and completely, because you basically have two things that you need to adjust when you're doing this. One is the blade table, and the other is the angle, or the stone itself. So the stones are usually about the same in terms of like what you're doing with this thing. This meaning like a little bridge on them. But setting the angle of the not the angle, but the position of where the knife is on the blade table is different for each knife. So You could do all of the knives at like 200 grit, which actually might, to be honest, I've never tried it that way. So maybe we'll try it that way today and see if it's any faster. Because the grit is, yeah, you're making a change between each action anyway. So I'm now using 400 grit, a 400 grit stone. And it's funny, it's notable that as you go up in grit, everything just feels so much smoother. And by the end of this process, you feel like it's called polish tape for a reason, because you're just polishing the edge of the blade. Okay, so that is good on that side. And we just clean the knife. Clean the stone between. So I have a little bottle here. This has water and one drop of dish soap in it, just to help keep the stone clean between uses. Now I've decided between these two sides that I'm not going to take the burr off the first side. I'm just going to go ahead and get to the second side, and then we'll take the burr off at the end. There's certain things that every time I do this, I'm like, oh, right, I like to do it that way for a reason. And you can see, I'll show you when I'm finished this on this little side camera here. But you can see the metal that has been shaved off of this in the process. So if we look at this little side camera here and the tip of the knife, I don't know if that'll focus, but on the edge of the blade here, there's little metal shavings. It's probably not even going to focus. It's not going to focus enough to do the thing. But you can see how that edge of that blade is shiny now. Like very shiny. But this is just bringing the knife down the blade table. Little by little, I'm just keeping my sharpening arm in one spot. Get to the tip. Let's turn it over. And now we're going to take the burr off of this side. So just little strokes like that, nothing complicated. I can feel whether or not there's a burr on there. Now I'm starting with some of the larger, this is like a larger knife. So I'm also starting with some of the larger ones, and we'll get to the very small ones later. We'll do these by size. The small ones only take a minute or two because they're super small. I'm taking the burr off this side. And this is unreasonably satisfying to do, because at the end of this, these are like so sharp. Okay. That feels good. Still feel a little bit of a burr on there. I need to like press down. There we go. All right, that is, ooh, that's feeling good. All right, next stone. Next stone is a 600 grit stone. So this is quite a bit smoother, and it's a little bit lower. So I need to take this, I need to take that into account. It's less, there's less stone here. So basically I'm sliding the knife over on this piece right here. The knife is going from the stone onto this piece of metal and back, and you just want the transition to be as smooth as possible. So you're making sure that you're using these little screws to level your stone and your overflow piece. Now, the purpose of this is so that you don't get a divot in the middle of your stone. If you only sharpen in this like little middle section here, it ends up putting uneven wear on the stone and makes it less useful ultimately. So the goal is to create an even end to end use of the stone, which is why this little transition here between the stone and the blade is important. So we are just going through, and I can, it's funny, you can hear the difference, at least I can. Bellis, I absolutely am. I have been basically, Bellis asked if I'm considering an IRL camping stream. I am. I'm not considering doing that until it's slightly warmer out. So probably the earliest that we might do that would be April, I would say. But it is definitely in the plans. I have it. I've been booking campsites for springtime. The past like 3 days, actually. I have campsites booked in September of 2026 at this point. So it's on the list of things to book. I got spring break handled. I got Memorial Day and Labor Day all handled already. I got almost finished. I'm trying to get, there was a couple weekends that I had free that are on the calendar as camping weekends. I put them out to the group. There's a group of us that go camping together from a bunch of Calvin's friends. And I put those dates out to the group, and basically whatever dates they don't want or whatever dates they can't do, I am going to leave on the calendar for stream weekends or for streams. But also I can do camping streams in the middle of the week. Like that doesn't have to be a weekend thing. Which is nice. I know the camp owner, right? Yeah, I do state park stuff, so I got to book ahead. I booked my Memorial Day weekend for 2026. I had that on the calendar in like July of this year. So I have had that campsite reserved for a long time. And it's because I know which campsite I want and I know where I want to go. So no need to like wait. If the reservation is open, I'm making it. All right, we're moving up to, this is the 1000 grit. So we have 2 more to go for this knife. Now, again, you'll note that I just did, if you were paying attention, that 600 grit took less than a minute. So we're moving quicker now. We're moving a little quicker. I'm getting back into the flow. This is a flow state activity. If you're familiar with flow state, it is an activity that, like, once you sort of figure out what you're doing, you can just do it. And it just kind of happens. Oh God, do the fire pit. You know what I love, Velas? One of my favorite things is when you are out camping, when one is out camping and it is snowing and you already have like a ripping fire going, how there's like just a big circle around the fire pit where there's no snow. The last trip we were on, we had such a rager going that the ground thawed near the fire pit and was just like mud. There was just mud around the fire pit and everything else was frozen solid. Fudge drawing, that's the way I plan completely. And I think for me, with planning out trips like that, like, I know that there's weekends that I'm going to go camping, right? Like, I know that it's important to me and that it's an activity I want to do. So I look ahead. I plan far enough in advance. And I'm like, well, you know, Memorial Day, I know where we're going. So, because we go to the same place every Memorial Day. So I know that one already, and I know what site I want there because I've been there a bunch. So no need to wait. But, like, you know, spring break weekend, I was like, I'm just going to book a spot. Like, I know that we're going to go camping that weekend. I don't care about the weather. Like, the weather is not really relevant to me. So it's relevant insofar as what gear I bring, and that's it. So I just booked, I booked some new spots this year. I booked I booked some parks that we've never been to. Okay, now this is the one where I really don't want a burr finishing it because this is the last grit paper, or the last stone. The next one is the polishing stone, and then we do the paper test with the newspaper and try to slice the newspaper and make it fun. Damn. Okay, that. You ever like touch the edge of a knife and you think if I just move even slightly from this position, like I'm going to slice down to the bone? I'm not. I'm definitely not going to do that. I mean, let me rephrase that. I don't plan on doing that. Might it happen? Yeah. Fellas, you can renew your state park pass. Ooh, what is it basically pays for itself? Interesting. I've never looked into that. I don't even know if Pennsylvania has one of those, but I think that I should look into that because that feels like something that I would definitely want and use. I almost exclusively camp at state parks. Every once in a while, I'll go to a state forest. But pretty much exclusively, I'm at state parks. Why? Because amenities. Because they have bathrooms there, and they're kind of nice. Slicing your thumb is against TOS. Yeah, I think doing it intentionally is certainly against it. I have sliced myself on stream before. It has definitely happened. I have stabbed myself on stream before by accident. I was cutting and just stabbed myself right in the palm. Just thinking about that. Okay, I need to wet this cloth because it is supposed to be wet and it's not. Yeah, the bathrooms are nice. I also just like that I know what I'm getting there. Like when you go to a private campground, it's like who knows? Who knows what's even happening at this place? And generally speaking, they're fine. But like specifically speaking, they might not be. I would love to get a license plate with a state park sticker on it. That'd be amazing. I would definitely use that. All right, let's see. Can we slice paper with this? Yeah. Well, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Look at that. No, just slam it against the counter and make it worse. Okay, well, that looks good. All right, knife number 1. Sharp AF. This knife is ridiculous. This knife is super tiny. Let me sharpen. Okay, since we have another project, this is a project knife. Because I don't know. Hold on. I chipped my fingernail, and now I need to file my nail. I will ask fellas. I'm sure that's something I could look up. I know that when I make a reservation for a state park, they try to sell me the annual state parks calendar, but that's not what I'm looking for. So this is a knife I've had this knife for a long time. This was a knife my grandfather had. It's a handmade knife. It looks like a handmade knife. And I was using this camping recently. I think I'm going to put a 21-degree angle on this, which is a bit wider than the one I was just doing. Fellas, that's kind of amazing. I mean, not amazing. The technically disabled part is what it is, but the fact that you can get like a lifetime national parks pass is fantastic. That's super cool. I would love a state park pass if I could get one. I do all my reservations ahead of time. Yeah, I think my dad might have a state park pass. Cyber, you have one of those? I really need to look into this. I've never even considered it before. I'm familiar with with the national park system. I've never actually like heard of the state park system doing it, at least in Pennsylvania. Okay, so this is at the tip. That's as tight as this is going to get. Okay, so this is going to be a 21-degree angle on this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we may. I kind of honestly, like, I kind of doubt it. Pennsylvania's weird in many, many, many ways. Just found out recently, Pennsylvania is one of those states that has laws based on religion. There's a very distinct like separation of how you can buy alcohol in this state. Certain things are closed on certain days. Like for example, car dealerships closed on Sunday, just closed. You are not allowed in Pennsylvania to buy a car on a Sunday. Just not allowed to do it. Like WTF. So I've had this knife since I was a child, and I have never once sharpened it. So this is a new edge essentially that I'm putting on this, which I should probably actually have started. Hold on, we need to start. I always start with the 220 grit because it is all my knives that I'm sharpening almost always have an edge. I forgot. I actually have 120 grit, which is what I want to use for this. Because this doesn't really have a distinct edge to it. As I found out when I went to use it when I was camping last. I was like, oh, this doesn't really cut anything, does it? Okay. There we go. That feels like it's cutting. Yeah, the weird laws. And it's funny because, like, we live so close to other places that don't have such laws, that, like, there's a reason the car dealerships in, like, Cherry Hill, directly across the bridge from us, are, you know, there's a lot of car dealerships right in Cherry Hill. Like, there's a lot of marijuana dispensaries in Cherry Hill now because it's directly across the bridge from the city. But they don't get it. Oh, yeah, that is true. Okay. Yeah, wait, do you have to pay to get into your state parks? That is, yeah, okay. Right. I don't have to pay to get in. I have to pay to camp. There's a difference. Like, if I want to camp there, it costs money. But yeah, you can just walk into the state parks. They're definitely free. Okay. I see, in my mind, I'm like, they're all free. And of course the state park pass would give me, like, cheaper camping. That's where my head was at. I hadn't even considered that you would pay to get into the state park. Which I guess I should have, because that's how it is in a lot of states. I wonder how. Welcome in. This tool is called the Edge Pro Ink Sharpening System. Is it the Apex Plus, Nemo? I was not sure which. I forget which version it is. This was a Christmas present a couple years ago. 2 years ago, I think. And I love it. If I sharpened my knives more regularly, it would have paid for itself quicker. I'm pretty sure at this point it has paid for itself. Instead of, like, paying to get my knives sharpened somewhere. But oof, that looks nice now. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, I'm going to take the burr off of that side. So I'm just sharpening a utility knife for camp right now. This is a, like, lives in a sheath on my hip situation while we are camping. Speaking of camping. And I am putting a 21-degree edge on here because that is a bit bigger. Like, I'm going to use this for things like cutting wood. Edge Pro. Oh, right. I don't get it. What are you trying to say? I'm just kidding. I do get it. You don't need to explain that. I think that's a filterable category somewhere on the internet. Somewhere. Bellis, you get a discount on the camping part because of the pass. And that's where my head was at, where I was like, oh, I could, if I got a pass, then maybe I get camping for even cheaper. I probably don't. The Apex Plus comes with a different base. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely a nice, like, suction cup base on this thing. Which I love. Which I love because that makes it easier to use on stream. Okay, now we're back at our regularly scheduled 220 grit. Allegheny, okay. Allegheny National Forest is huge. I do go to Allegheny every once in a while. The Allegheny Forest is a massive forest out in northwestern Pennsylvania, if I'm thinking of the right one, which I'm pretty sure I am. But that there are multiple state parks within the Allegheny National Forest. I'm pretty sure that Cook Forest is there, which is one of my favorite state parks in Pennsylvania. It is an old growth forest park, which is like super cool. If you've never been to an old growth forest, like even if you're not like a nature person, it's such a surreal and magical experience. Old growth forests are just incredible. I'll talk about whatever. This is definitely an interesting vibe since I'm talking. Oh, I should be in just chatting. We should do that. Let's just change to the just chatting category. Okay. There we go. Now we're in just chatting. Because that is in fact what's happening. There is no food currently happening. Maybe when I start cooking, someone can remind me to change it back. Catastrophe, welcome in. Cat, good to see you. Hope your Tuesday's going well. Happy second to last day of the year. Happy December 30th. Happy Tuesday for all those who celebrate. This is the last stream of the year for me. We'll have one on the 1st. So get ready for that one. A couple little I guess announcements. Today is the last day for Cookie Club entries. So if you want to subscribe and get an entry in December, that is today. That's what you'll need to do that today for your December entries. Use your channel points or what have you. We'll be live again on New Year's Day from Broad Street in Philadelphia for a good long time. Covering the Mummers Parade, Command Mummer, MUMMER in chat. We'll be live covering that all day, all up and down Broad Street. It'll be a really fun time. We'll see lots of different people, a lot of costumes, a lot of family-friendly activities, and maybe some non-family friendly activities. We'll certainly ask everybody we see to show us their best mummer strut. Command strut in chat if you're like, what the hell are you talking about? And my periodic little announcement that follows are silent. If you are lurking and not currently following, and you're watching stream, and maybe you're enjoying what you see or what you hear, if you hit the follow button, nothing happens. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, and I will not say hi to you in chat until you say hi first. So just FYI, follows are silent, always. Lurking is appreciated. Okay. I learned last night, I went to an event about the Mummers Parade, and one of the parade leaders was there and taught everyone how to do the Mummers strut, and it was really funny. And a lot of people seemed to be quite embarrassed about it, but I will tell you that I was not. And now I can say that I am very aware of how to do the Mummers strut, and you will see that on the 1st. on Thursday. You'll see a lot of people doing the strut on Thursday. We also got a pass, like a press pass, to get into a bunch of different places. So hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more of the actual performances. We'll be able to get up closer to the parade from on the street itself, as opposed to just being on the sidewalk, which is where we've been, where we were last year. So it should be a very good time on Thursday. I hope you will tune in. We'll be live all day, so it'll be cold. Send warm thoughts. Supposed to be below freezing all day. High of -1 Celsius. So we're now on to the 600 grit on this knife. It's coming along. Feels good. We're moving confidently. I'm going to try to touch up my pocket knife next. I think that's the, that one is quite dull, so I'm going to have to put a new edge on it. A lot of the knives that these first couple knives are like outdoor things. Like this one was super dull because it had a, because I use it to cut wood, like firewood. This is just my like general all-purpose like camp utility knife. For when you need something a little bigger than a pocket knife. And so this one needed some work. Okay. We should be good on this. Now, the next time I sharpen this one, I might want to put a different edge on it, because I don't know if this is the right angle for this one or not. I'm doing this one at a 21 degree angle. I could do this at 23 because this is a pretty thick blade. It's not any thicker than the one that I just sharpened, though. My long kitchen knife. So I think 21 is fine here. Okay. I'm excited to sharpen some of these kitchen knives because I'm going to end up using one of them this evening to cut asparagus, a notably tough thing to cut. So I'm excited to use like a brand new, newly sharpened knife to do that this evening. So they say in the instruction manual for this sharpening system that you sharpen like 2 inches at a time. I like to keep the sharpening stone basically in one spot and sort of slide the knife slowly through. So it catches the same spot a couple times. You do not want to go in a circular motion. I know that. It was super clear that you don't want to do that. So, all right, we're doing well. This is the 1000 grit. So this is the last grit before polishing. So we'll do this edge again, and then we'll get the burr off, and then we'll polish. And you can see why when I do sharpen my knives, I like to do all of them, because this system is a little bit complicated. It's not overly complicated, but it's definitely meant this is not a quick project. You sharpen all your knives at once with this one. You don't just break this out to sharpen one. Although I guess you could. I just don't keep this kit in the kitchen. I keep this, it stays in the basement. So it, I can't really like break it out very easily. I'm just getting the burr off of one side. Wonder how later we're working on a new recipe. I have a recipe that I'm starting development on it today. I haven't, I've made it before, but I haven't documented it before. So this is we're starting a brand new process today. Okay, this feels good. Burr is gone. Let's get our last polish up and down our blade here. So this is putting a nice, like, crisp shine on the edge of the blade. It's really kind of just doing, like, if you've ever seen sort of the, you know, in the movies or whatever, or watching, if you ever watch someone sharpen a knife and they do the leather, they like slide it along the leathered edge, that's what this process is. This is a literal piece of tape that goes on a stone, a blank, and it quite literally just polishes and really refines the edge down to as nice as it can get. I could do, this is a 2000 grit tape, so there is some grit to it, but like you wouldn't notice it by rubbing your finger over it. There is a 3000 grit polish tape, but I don't actually use that because it's just a bit much. It's extra. It's too much extra. So this knife is nice and sharp now. Should be nice and sharp. Oh, hold on. You have to hold the paper when it's a newspaper in like a good way so it can catch. Nope. Not as sharp as I wanted it to be. Well, it started to. This, again, is my outdoor knife, so there we go. You get the paper at the right angle. Newspaper may not be the best thing to do this with. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It needs to be a little stiff on the edge. Okay, that works. Good. Good. So this knife has its own little sheath. And when I'm camping, this just lives back here and gets used pretty much constantly. The other one that I want to do, I want to see if I can do this one. I don't even know if I can. Oh, this is just like the tiniest little blade. Yeah, this has some nicks in it. So let's see if we can do this one. This is a serrated Leatherman. So this is my like camping pocket knife. It's a Leatherman Signal for those of y'all who are knife folk. This has a half serrated, half regular blade. This should be relatively straightforward to sharpen. So with this one, I'm not sure of the angle, and I don't want to put a bad angle on this. So I am going to mark the edge here. With a Sharpie. And what that will do is we're going to take our stone here. This is, I'm going to start with my 220 because this has an edge on it already. That's pretty solid. And we're going to try to find the right angle for this knife. because I don't really know what this one is. So the way we do that is I'm going to run this up and down the blade like a couple times. That is not the right angle, so I need to increase the angle of this. This is probably a 23. Let's try it at 23. I'm basically trying to catch the edge of the knife so that the blade takes the Sharpie off. Nope, not quite. Okay, 23. So maybe this is a 25, which would make sense because it's a very thick, like thick blade pocket knife. Yes. Okay. So 25 is the right angle for this one. So we're just going to do, this should be super quick, because this is a very small blade, or at least the sharpenable part of this blade is very small. Dan, welcome. Dan, how are you? Happy Tuesday. Now this blade also is serrated, but we're not touching the serrations on here because that requires more precise, specific work that I'm not interested in doing today, or really, honestly, ever. You can sharpen a serrated blade, but it's slightly more work. Okay, that is good. Still one little nick in there. I want to start with I have a nick in this blade, so I want to get that out. So we're going to start, I'm going to go back, I'm backing down to the 120 grit so I can get a little bit of material off of the edge of this. That's the goal. So this is there we go. That looks better. You know what I need to do? Hold on. I need to actually, do I need to? No, that's fine. I was gonna say I need to wash this first. It's just like, I just wiped off. Whatever was stuck on the edge, the inside of the blade is not there anymore. Okay. So good. Free of nicks. Let's go back to the 220 and we'll give that a little kiss with that one. So I want to, this knife it's not flat. It has, it's sort of got an angle on the blade. So if I press, I can change the angle of the blade when I'm pressing down. So I'm being careful here to keep the blade at the same angle the whole way. So that it doesn't get sharpened in a wonky sort of way. I've also never sharpened this pocket knife. It's pretty sharp still. I mean, I don't use it for a whole lot of mostly for rope and sort of camping rope adjacent activities. This doesn't really get used, but sometimes it's, I've used this for shaving wood before. I've used it for a variety of things. So it does see some use beyond just, it has had occasion to get dull. So we're going to put a little bit of an edge on here as best we can. And then we got one more camping knife after this one, which is a small one, another small one. So should be pretty straightforward. And then we'll move on to the kitchen knives. I'm not going to sharpen, I don't think I'm going to sharpen all of my kitchen knives today because I don't think they all need to be sharpened. There are some that I really haven't used a whole lot. That I may just touch up the edge as opposed to giving a full on all grit experience. So we are moving through it with this one. Getting the burr off this side now. Let's test it. Still a little bit of a burr. And again, I've never sharpened this knife, so it had one little nick in it we had to get out, but this is feeling really good right now, that's for sure. It was already pretty sharp, so I'm not spending a ton of time taking material off of here. I was pretty, I did that right at the beginning, but this is now just a little bit of honing here at the end. So, and just a little bit of liquid on the stone. Kind of the process is very, as I mentioned before, kind of like a flow state situation where, you know, I'm now, for each knife, you know, once I've got sort of the initial grind out of the way, these steps, these in-between steps where the stones get finer and finer grit is much quicker. Right, this is looking beautiful. I wasn't sure if this table would hold, the magnets on this table would hold this pocket knife in place because it's kind of heavy, but it's just holding on. There's no wobble at all. Oof, damn. This is feeling good. No burr. No nothing. Just a fucking razor sharp knife. There's something immensely satisfying about putting a brand new edge on a knife. I like this system because when I take my knives to get sharpened, like there's one place in Philly that I'm aware does hand sharpening. So they will do like a whetstone by hand, and I think they do like three different grades or three different grits. Droid, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. One of the places I used to take my knives to get sharpened just does a grinder, like a grinding wheel, which doesn't get down to sort of the fine edge that I would really like. So this system, I got this for Christmas a couple years ago, and it works quite nicely for my very picky sense of like what I want out of a sharpened knife. I should ask my buddy Drew. The last time I did knife sharpening on stream, I was sharpening his knives for him, and I'm curious how they're holding up. That was like in July. That was a while. That was over the summer. So maybe next time I do Drew's knives, we'll charge him for it. Not really. Not really. If I was doing someone else's knives, I would definitely charge them for them. This is a process that is time consuming. I wouldn't just do this for free for everybody. Okay, that feels fantastic. Let's reline everything up here. Oh, this also has a sheath. Forgot. Okay. Oh, I should just use this paper because this paper this was like packing paper. You don't really need to test the sharpness of these after the fact. It's just fun to do, honestly. It's one of those like, oh, that's neat things. Maybe this paper might not be stiff enough to do this with. A 1,000,000 point redeem, send your knives to Sharpening. That would be okay. That would be fun. I would do that too. I had this was not this past September, but the year before that, I had a September like gifted sub thing that was like, I don't know, it was like 100 gifted subs or something. That was like, I'll sharpen your knives, but that was also like an unachievable, not unachievable, but that was a number I imagined we would not hit, and we did not, and nobody did. So, not a surprise. Dyson Apple, Droid, yeah, dicing an apple is definitely a good like litmus test of whether or not the thing is right. Okay. So I don't know what angle this is at, but it is certainly not as tight as that one. I want to say this is probably 21 degrees. So that last one was at 25. Now this knife already has a slight edge on it, so I'm going to start with my 220 again, just to get it dialed in. Not quite. So that is going to be slightly more. What is this at? Green? This is 23. Let's see, hold on. I don't want that to be at 23. I want this to be, this is I want this to be at 19 degrees. So whatever it was at, I want to grind this to be 19. There we go. Okay. Wait, hold on. I didn't calibrate the edge of this table. No, I did not. That's why this is not sitting right. Okay, there we go. That's better. So this is just a little paring knife that I use for cooking, camp cooking. It's just a cheapie, like from the grocery store cooking aisle paring knife. This one's not super great, but you know, camping isn't, cooking while at camp is not fancy, so it needn't be fancy. The other knife that I have, the long one, this one that I sharpened just a little bit ago, this was a knife that I got from my friend Drew. That is a fancy knife. That's a like, what are you doing with that knife in the woods knife? But it was free, so I would not have purchased that knife. It replaced a knife that was a grocery store knife that I had had since I was 18. But yeah, that's looking good. Woo! All right. This is coming along. Great. So I don't know if I'm going to go. Some of these, like this one, I'm going to just because I'm a completist. But if you're just kind of using these for general purposes, like you don't really need to go up to 1,000 grit on these. A lot of the sharpening stones that you might purchase off of your various like Instagram ads may not even offer 1,000 grit, or they might be like, I think a lot of them are two-sided, right? There's like a grinding side and then a refining side, but they're not they don't have sort of as finite a grit as this system does, which is one of the reasons I really liked it. It was like, oh, I can put like a legit edge on like a sushi knife with this. Not that I have a knife for sushi specifically, nor have I ever made sushi, but I could, and that was the point. The point was the capacity, not the necessity. Fudge darling, well, you'll get there. You'll get there soon. It does happen. I had made a few adjustments recently to point things, and we were talking about this earlier about maybe making for some of the folks who have quite a few channel points squirreled away, that there may be some larger options incoming. Velos, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this, but one of the ones I'm probably going to steal Audrey's like number one baller idea and have the like top 3 point flex or whatever things. There's a couple folks that I've seen that have had that before, and I love that idea. I think it's really funny. I know you're familiar with who I'm talking about. All right, this is the 600 grit that I'm working on now. Get the burr off of that and just move along. The smaller blades are great because they're so much quicker. I always start with the large blades because they take much longer, and you have to there's a lot more to deal with the larger blades. A lot more blade to deal with, but these come along pretty quick. So we're moving to the 1,000 grit now for this one. A little bit of water on the stone. You need to wet the stone each time. Now the stone doesn't need to be wet in order to work. What I'm doing when I'm putting water and wiping it off is cleaning it, like from the grit from the last knife. I'm wiping the edge of the knife and then I'm wiping the stone. So I've got like a clean surface, and I'm not taking like metal shavings and grinding them over the nice clean edge of the knife. That is the necessity of the water, not the, it does not need to be soaked or wet. This is not a wet stone scenario. All right. That is my 1000 grit. Looking beautiful on the edge of this one. Wow. Yeah, that's so much nicer. That's going to be so much nicer to cut with. Whenever I sharpen my knives and then I cook with them for the first time, I'm always like, oh, that was really dull before. Now it's not. It's like a surprise how sharp they are. Because I don't sharpen them all that often. I would, in I would love to sharpen them more often than I do. All of my knives. I don't, because it's kind of a process, as you've seen. So usually I will I use a lot of my my utility knife primarily, and I'll just once a utility knife gets dull, I'll basically stop using it for a while and use a different one and kind of rotate through them. This is hold on. This paper, the newspaper is not, the newsprint is not the right choice for this. I'm getting frustrated by trying it with the newsprint because it keeps messing up. Because it's not firm enough paper to get a good grip on. It's very flimsy. So I'm going to get some regular old printer paper here to try this with so that I am less frustrated. Because I'm like, they're not sharp, but they're very sharp. And I can tell that they're sharp because I just finished sharpening them. So let's do this with a different type of paper that is a little firmer and a little better for what I actually want to do. There we go. Look at that. Okay. Actually sharp. Just as sharp as I thought it was. Perfect. Okay. That'll do it for the camping collection. We just finished up 4 knives here. We finished up our chef knife, our little knife, my pocket knife, and my big utility style knife. This, hold on. Just for sake of comparison here. Yeah, this is, when I'm catching the edge, these are cutting nicely. Cool. All right. Moving along to the kitchen knives now. These are already, so all the ones that I just did are were dull, quite in need of sharpening. Haven't been sharpened in, 2 of them I've never sharpened. These 2 haven't been sharpened in probably 2 years. So they were very dull and definitely needed a lot of work. The next round of knives is not going to need as much work. Still going to need work, but not quite as much. Not quite as much grinding out nicks and burrs and the like. I'm going to wash my hands between. And let's see. It is currently 3:23. It's 15:23 my time. We're going to do some kitchen knives here. We're going to do as many kitchen knives as I can do in, say, an hour and a half. And then we're going to change it up to our the cooking section of stream today, because I do want to cook today. I need to cook today. That is the plan. The plan is to do some recipe development today. I have a very simple one, so it's not. It should not be very, very complicated. But we do need to do some documentation, and there will be a little bit of like measuring and futzing around with things. So I do want to get to that today. So I think I'm going to limit myself time-wise to say, if I have not started cooking I need to start cooking by 5 p.m. my time. So we need to stop sharpening. That is the other side of that equation. I need to stop sharpening at that point, which is great. We should be able to get through I should be able to get through pretty much everything that I want to in that time. That's a fair amount of time to be doing that work. I do want to replace the tape on my my grit tape here. So let's go ahead and change this camera to that one, and I'll show you what this is. So this is just a blank. Basically, this sits in the sharpening thing. So this is my 2000 grit tape, polished tape. It's very smooth. It doesn't feel like much of anything at all. And this is pretty straightforward. You peel this, you peel it off. It's very thin, and I like to peel it all at once and kind of square it up and just let it square it up, and eventually sort of it kind of falls onto the thing, and then press it down. No bubbles, and there we go. And so this is what I use. This is the final, basically the final piece of the sharpening section. Like this stone right here. This is the 120 grit stone, and you can see, I mean, this is definitely like, this looks like a rock because it is. And then this is the start, and this is the finish. I don't usually start with this one, actually. This one I only use if I need to grind a burr or some type of like imperfection, some divot or dent out of the knife. If I don't need to do that, I start with the other one. Okay, so let's get our knives out. We have knives that we're sharpening today for the kitchen are a 8-inch chef knife, 1, 2, 3, nope, that one's serrated, 3 utility knives, all 3 of my favorite utility knives. We're going to do this long form utility knife, which is a little bit narrower. And then if I have time, we'll get to our 2 small paring knives. So all of these, I'd love to be able to get through. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and maybe one. Maybe we'll sharpen Calvin's knife too. My son, who is 10, this is his kitchen knife. It has a little hole for your finger so you don't slice your hand off. We'll do that one for him as well. So we're going to do these in order of size because that is always easier when you're smaller at the end. It makes it easier. So let's get all these sort of lined up here on the counter. And yeah, this is we're good to get started. We have, oh my god, there's so many knives on the counter. Let's get our blade table lined up here and ready to go. This is an 8-inch hollow ground chef knife. It is a Japanese chef knife. So this is about 17 degrees, which is going to be right there. We're going to start with our 220, because this already has a little bit of an edge. This already has a little bit of an edge on it. And I want to make sure that this is the right angle. So I am going to put my Sharpie, I'm going to put some Sharpie along the edge here and just make sure. I'm pretty sure I sharpened this at 17 degrees. This is a Japanese chef knife, and 17 degrees is the standard for Japanese chef knives. So, you know, pretty sure that's what it is. I had that knowledge last time I did this, so, you know, here we go. Knives out and eat it, Dad story. Better than knives in, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Yes, that is good. Okay. Yep, got all my Sharpie off there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now the Sharpie, what the Sharpie does, if you're like, what are you talking about? Why do you have a Sharpie? What is going on? You put a little line on the cutting edge of the knife, basically the part of the knife that's going to get sharp, and you run this blade over it as you are, yeah, basically the blade runs over the edge, or the stone runs over the edge of the knife, and then it grind. I mean, like, the Sharpie is this marker, so it comes off easily because this is sandpaper. And when you're at the right angle with the stone, it will shave off all of the Sharpie on that cutting edge, assuming your knife was sharpened at the correct or at a good angle previously. I sharpened this one last, so I was like, I'm pretty sure this is at 17 degrees, but let's check, and it was. So we're going to go ahead and just give a little edge to this. I'm going to do like 3 passes or so of cutting. When I say cutting, what that means in this context is that hold on, this needs to come up a little more. When you say cutting, what that really means is that I am taking metal, off of the edge of the blade. So I'm grinding away a little bit of that blade edge. And over time, eventually, that's why your knife gets smaller and smaller. And I'll show you an example of that. I have a knife that's been sharpened a lot, and I have a very similar knife that has been sharpened not a lot. It's the same knife, in fact, and well, there are 2 different versions of the same size and shape knife. And one of them is relatively new, and the other one is quite old. And you can see on the old one just how differently shaped the blade is. And over time, if you're not careful, or if you don't take into account the curve of the blade, the knife does tend to straighten out or get straighter. And I'll show you what that looks like in just a few moments here. So I'm putting my first edge on this chef knife, or my first pass. So this is the 220 grit. This is the stone that I want to cut with. The other ones are not quite as they're a finer grit, so they cut into the blade less. They're more for refining the edge. The one, this blade, this one, the 120 and the 220 that I have on here right now are more for your like shaping and grinding, essentially. You can grind with the other ones, but it's not going to take, it's not going to be as effective. If you have like a little divot or something in your blade, you have to get that out at this stage before you can go on to refine. So I'm basically doing 3 passes of the blade, meaning I went up, back, and now I'm going down for a 3rd time again. And then we'll flip it over and get the burr off, and we'll move on to the next grit. So this is all pretty good here because this blade is not damaged, it's just dull. So we're just putting a new edge on it. I'm not trying to take off very much material at all. I don't want to carve, I don't want to like shave my knife down to where there's like, you know, a lot of little metal slivers coming off of this. I just want it to, just want a new edge on it. So not trying to do a ton of work on any of these really. They're all just dull, but I don't think any of them were damaged. This one, this blade that I am using now was damaged at one point, so it's a little thinner than it was originally. I had it had a big chunk taken out of it at one point, but I took this one to be worked on by not me and had that ground out of it. So this blade is actually a little smaller, thinner than it used to be originally. But you can see with some of these, and I'll show these again later, but like these 2 knives, these are the same knife. And this one, the one on your left, this one right here, is brand new. And this one is very old. And you can see sort of the difference in size in the blade. If I line sort of the back of the blades up, you can see the difference in the shape, the difference in the size. This one in the front that looks dirty, but it's only because it's carbon steel, has been ground and ground and ground and ground, and is just basically a straight blade now, whereas the newer one has a little bit of a curve to it. So over time, they do get ground down, which is normal for knives. It's kind of nice. It's kind of neat when you see a knife that's been like in service for a long time and it's got like a very different shape to it. But a lot of people are most people, myself included, get very attached to their knives and they have their favorites and, you know, they feel a specific way in your hand and they work nicely and you just don't, you know, knives are something that you don't really need to buy new versions of too often. Like it's nice to get a new knife because they're fun. It's fun to get a new knife, but you don't need that so often. If you have a good collection, it is fun to get a new knife though. But we're going through and we're sharpening today to go into the new year nicely honed. Should do like a combo knife sharpening and like workout stream. You call it honed and toned. I'm not going to do that, but it would be funny. That's a good idea. It's a free idea. Anyone who wants to start a new channel, you can take that one. I'm not going to use it, but there's an idea for you. We're getting down into this one. I'm at my 400 grit here. So we're starting to get into it. Exercise with weapons. Wouldn't that be fun though? Maybe. You mean these guns? Oh God, I'm so sorry. That was cringe. I don't own any guns. Yes. Whoa, time out. You collect swords and daggers. Do you use them? Like, I don't mean, okay. That's a it's an interesting question. Do you use them? You like for cooking? No. I guess I'm coming at that from like the sharpening angle. Have you ever tried to I've never tried to sharpen a sword. Now I'm imagining what angle you'd sharpen a sword at. I'm guessing like 25 degrees. That's super cool. If you collect swords and daggers, that's really fun. Do you display them at all? You have like new friends come over to the house and you're like, don't fuck around. If I was over someone's house for the first time and they had a sword collection, I would have so many questions. It would be like, I would be like amazed and intrigued. DJ Harley, welcome in. DJ Harley with the tier 3 resub. I appreciate you. Thank you for your long-term subscription. It's good to see you. We're sharpening some knives today. Speaking of what? What am I talking about? Some are dull, some are fairly sharp. I have a spiked club. Holy shit. I would definitely put those on display. That's kind of cool. Not kind of cool. That is cool. That's like kind of amazing. This is so tangential to that statement, but I follow someone on Blue Sky who collects swords. And recently, and this is a sad situation, but recently had his house broken into and they stole his sword collection. And I was like, how do you... And nothing else. It was like definitely a targeted thing. I was like, how do you steal a sword collection? Like, how does that happen? I would never even think about that. I'm like, you don't want to break into someone's house that collects swords? Like, you don't know what's going to happen when you do that. Like, you have no idea. That seems dangerous and fraught. And also, like, what are you going to do with them? You can't, like, that person's going to report them and they're going to, like, you know, you can't pawn them. Can't sell them on the internet on, like, Facebook Marketplace. Like, someone would be like, hey, the sword is kind of a weird thing, like a noticeable, not weird, a thing to be, you would notice that. It's not like a car. Or like a stereo or an electronic. All right, this is coming along. So the other, while I'm at the same angle here, I'm going to do my other Japanese knife. Because I know that one's also at 17 degrees. So we'll do both of them. It is a very specific crime. And the person was like, I'm pretty sure I know who it was. Or like, not that I know who it was, but it's someone that I know. Like, who the hell else would come into this house and only take my swords? What a weird thing. Camille, do you go to the Renaissance Festival? Is that part of your annual tradition? I feel like there's the overlap of people who collect weaponry of that nature and people who go to the Renaissance Festival. Like the Venn diagram of those people is just a circle. Prove me wrong. All right, this is looking good. Oh, okay. I am wrong. I am wrong. You've never been. Well, fair. Well, intention counts. I love one of my favorite things at the Renaissance Festival is their note at the gate that's like all swords must be there's a term for it and I forget what it is. But basically it's like you can't have your sword in a way attached to you in a way that you could draw it easily. Basically, you have to have it like tied into the scabbard. Which is really funny. Sheathed. Yeah, but there's another, DJ Harley, there's another term for it. It's sheathed, and it's a specific term that means like you have to have it like literally tied into the thing. And I'm trying to remember, it'll come to me at some point, but they definitely have to be sheathed. That is true. But it's like in a sheath and what is it called? Hey, Fudge Darling, there you go. Got it. Very nice. Well, good luck. There's less entries in, I feel like there's less entries in December than there have been for the past couple months. So I did not stream for a week this month. So there was we missed a couple streams in there. Merry Christmas to you too. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays if you're not a Christmas celebrator. Happy Tuesday if you could give a shit about the holiday. And if you don't like Tuesday, well then, happy December 30th. And if you can't find joy in the fact that it's December 30th, like, I don't know. Stay mad. There is, oh man, that term is going to bother me. All right, almost finished with this one. I'm doing the 1000 grit now. This is a, this is sad. I love the 1000 grit is my favorite grit because it's like, it doesn't feel like anything. It just feels like you're just rubbing a smooth stone against the edge of the blade. Swords and period weapons must always be sheathed and peace tied. That's, yeah, Camille, that's like, and that's exactly it. It's like, it's a tie, but there's yeah, it's basically like, you can't draw them. You can't like pull them out without, I don't know if they actually make you use a zip tie. I mean, I'm always in recent years anyway, I've been at the Pennsylvania Renaissance Festival. And there is a specific term that it's peace tied, but it's like I don't even know. There is definitely a term that they use for it. Because I remember hearing it and I'd never heard it before. And I was like, what does that mean? Like I asked someone what it meant and they told me. They were like, oh, it means you have to tie your sword up so you can't take it out and stab someone with it. And I was like, good, we should definitely have that rule. I agree. At the end of the day, y'all really are just cosplaying. Like, let's not get in a fight with real swords, please. Thank you. That seems like a bad idea. God, the Renaissance Festival was super fun. It was really fun going on stream, too. I enjoyed showing y'all around and having that as like having a whole day there just to do streaming, I thought was great. Tidy Whities, welcome in. That feels like it's still a little bit of a burr on that edge. Zip ties, rope, or leather straps. This is the most critical rule. Yeah, right, because the other option is a Segio. That's still not it. It's probably on it. You know, if it was going to be anywhere, it would be on the Pennsylvania Renaissance Festival website rules, because that's where I saw it. Like it was at that one. A Segio. That is a super specific term. All right, we're moving to the polish tape here. We are polishing. This is looking good. It might have been tethered. Tethered might have been the term, but I don't think so. I think it was because I just remembered I remember like hearing it and I was like, I've never heard that, even like heard that term before. It was like a familiar word, but it was a word that I'd never heard used in the context of like weaponry. All right, this is looking good. Let's test. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Just clean and easy. Well, that one wasn't, but knife number 1, done. We're making confetti for the Mummers Prix. This is how they make it. It's traditional. I'm kidding. It's not. It's not. Could be. Could be. All right, let's do the other Japanese knife because this one is the same angle. So I don't need to change anything. Actually, this one is the next one I was going to do regardless because it is the second longest one. Okay. So there we go. So we're adjusting the board. I love that this has magnets in it. This knife is just like chilling here and in space with its blade facing me. It's always nice to have that. Okay, back to the 220. Now the next 3, these 3 and these 2, I can sharpen. I can basically do 220 grit for 1, 2, 3 in a row here because these are all the exact same size knife. They're, in fact, 2 of them are the exact same knife. They're different ages, so they have different blade shapes, but they're within like a half a centimeter of the same size. So I can, for the next 3, I can just do the same. I don't need to progress up in grit. I can do, the same grit for 3 knives in a row, which will be helpful and more efficient. This one though, let's do the Sharpie test because I do want to make sure that this is also at 17 degrees. I'm pretty sure it is, but we're going to check. Not quite. That one seems to be finer. Nope. This one seems to be at a different angle. I'm going to do this at 17 anyway, because that's what I want it at. Because this is, excuse me, because this is a Japanese knife, and that is, okay, yeah, that came off. Like butter indeed, Fudge Darling. Yeah, slicing newsprint is different because the paper is very flimsy. It has to be the right angle. Yeah, I mean, if y'all wrapped presents at any point recently, and you got that scissor glide, that's what it feels like cutting through a piece of paper with a knife like that. It's just the same sort of like, has to be at the right angle or else it won't work. And the paper has to be relatively stable. Okay. So we're switching sides. And going through the process again. So these, I have two Japanese knives that have a little finer of an edge on them. And then the next two, we're going to cut at 21 degrees. Because those are more like utility knives. Now the chef knife is obviously kind of used for everything, but it is specifically a Japanese style chef knife, so it has an angle, a prescribed angle to cut it at. Okay, this needs the burr taken off on that side. All right. And then we'll move along. So I said we're going to get to cooking here. We're going to get to cooking no longer than an hour from now. So we're going to work on these knives. I'm going to get as far through these as I can. I think I can finish all of these within an hour time frame. Once it hits 5 p.m., I need to start making our dinner because I am doing that as a developed recipe. So I need to, I'm going to need to account for time to like make notes, etc. So, all right, I need to change out the tape that's on the edge of my blade table here because I'm getting some sticky residue on the edge of my blade, which I don't want. Because sticky residue is no good. So I'm gonna do that after this knife. Let me actually let me take that off. No, this knife is in a good spot. We're going to keep moving with this one. I will worry about washing off the sticky residue later, but we're going to deal with that after this knife. So I have a little piece of tape on the edge of my blade table here that helps me line up the knife when I am doing this initial setup where I've got sort of the blade table and I'm trying to like find the right angle to put the knife on here at. The tape is a different color than the blade table and helps me do that. That's why the tape is on there at all. It is a visual aid for the sharpening process. So this knife is coming along. I'm using the 400 grit now. This is a bit starting to refine the edge now. We just did the 220 and now we're doing the 400. This is the really taking off any last little shavings that are going to come off here. Now this blade that I'm sharpening now has also had some history. This one I've had ground down as well because it was chipped at one point. These knives are pretty old, both, I mean, not in the grand scheme of things, but both this knife that I'm sharpening now and the chef knife that I was just doing are... They're original to me, so I'm their first owner, and they are 14 years old at this point. This one that I'm sharpening has had a few nicks in it throughout the years, mostly from just being kind of careless with it. So it's a little narrower than it used to be, which I kind of like. This one is good for this knife I love for using for slicing melons, actually, because it's got a very narrow blade and you can kind of get into the inside of the melon a little bit, but it's long enough that you can kind of cut through the whole thing. So it's funny, as I kind of examine this knife collection, I've got 3 here that are really the ones that get used basically all the time. And those are the ones that are the dullest, not surprising. And then I've got a few, like the one that I'm sharpening now, that have some more specific purposes. So they don't get used. This one's not as dull as some of the other ones here, simply because it just doesn't get used as often. Same thing with Calvin's knife. Like that doesn't get used. That doesn't get used as frequently, mainly because I don't use it and he doesn't cook very often. So it is definitely not as dull. So I need to put a lot less work into the sharpening portion. Okay, and yeah, once I'm finished this knife, I need to replace that tape because it's starting to stick to the back side of these knives. I know which ones I've had the longest. So, yes, probably. Well, the oldest knife here, the ones that I've had. The one that I've personally had the longest is this camping knife. This one is, I got this one when I was a teenager. So this is a handmade knife. It was my grandfather's knife. It's literally just like a hand fashioned, like not, a piece of metal that wasn't made. I think this is just like a piece of steel that was cut into being a knife and then sharpened. It wasn't like this, where this was like folded and made into a chef knife. This is like a Japanese cooking knife. Other than that, the one that I have had the longest is not going to be sharpened today. It's this one. This is a Wusthof knife that I've had since college. It's a serrated knife. It's never been sharpened. It's got a broken tip on it. And I don't use this for cooking. This gets used for opening things. This is a box opener. But it lives in the kitchen in the knife block because, like, where else would I put it? That one is definitely the oldest of the knives. The oldest cooking knife, though, is this one. Like, this one and the one I'm sharpening right now, I've had for about 14 years. I have some other knives that I've had for a lot longer, but they're just different versions They're not in the drawer anymore. They're different. You know, there's a couple chef knives that I've had since college that I still have, but I just don't use them because they are not as good as the one that I have now. I switched out which knife I was using when I got a better one. It's kind of how it goes. Almond bread, Bellows. So almond flour bread. Almond flour, I understand is pretty like a pretty good 1-to-1 replacement. Am I wrong in saying that for regular flour? Is my understanding like way off base? Oh, I wonder, Roma, I wonder if you're still around. I'm curious what you did with your sweet potatoes. A little cakey. That's fine. Better than activating a gluten intolerance. Okay, how are we doing with this? This feels good. Nope, a little burr on that side. I'm gonna get that off. Yeah, I really need to replace this tape on the back side of this because it is definitely sticking to the blade, which is annoying. I can see it, and I just like cleaned it off. Okay. Good. Good. So 600 is that 600? Yeah, 600. 600 is done. On to the 1,000. 1,000 grit. So like I said, the next 3 knives, so the next 2 sets that I do, I can do in pairs. So I can do like 3 knives in a row at the 220 and then in a row with the 400 and then the 600. So I don't need to switch out the stone in between, which is helpful. I just need to keep track of which knife I've done. I like this system too because it doesn't it sort of makes me do it both left and right-handed. There's not really a good way to do this by keeping my right hand or my left hand on this knob the whole time. All right, 1,000 grit is almost done here. And we're just making sure I get the whole blade. Ham and cream cheese sandwiches. Oh, I love everything bagel seasoning. Do y'all have other seasonings like that in your life? Like everything bagel? I think I would say like everything bagel seasoning is pretty good. I know there's a lot of folks who are like Old Bay people. I'm an Old Bay person. I love Old Bay. But like dry seasonings like that. Furikake is also a normal one. A very, 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 very common, like delicious topping. All right, polish tape for this, John, and then we're going to move on to the three main knives. I say main knives because they're the ones that get the most use in the kitchen, my kitchen anyway, and are the dullest. The dullest of the kitchen knives, anyway. None of them are as dull as my camping knives were. Because those had not been sharpened in a long time. So 2 of them had never been sharpened. All right. The polish tape is good. I'm going to finish that off. Once more on the other side. Garlic herb bread. Mmm. I love a garlic bread. Garlic bread, garlic naan. Just put garlic on whatever. I'll eat it. It's so good. Okay, that one is finished. See if it... Well, let's clean the side of it here. Whew. Damn, that feels sharp. I'm wearing my cut-proof gloves. I probably should, but I don't have cut-proof gloves. All right. Well, this one's sharp. That one's very sharp. Good to go. All right, let's replace this tape real quick because this is just annoying me. Again, I have tape on the edge of this thing, and this is here's what the packing knife gets used for. The serrated Wusthof knife, this type of thing, scraping with the back of it so I get all the shit off here. Okay, that one never gets washed. That just goes back in the knife block because it's literally used for opening packages. I remember one time I came into the kitchen. I saw Gwen cutting something with that knife, and I was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Don't use that knife for food." Oh my god. And she's like, "What do you mean?" This was like a long time ago. She's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "That's not a food knife." And she was like, "It's in the knife block." And I was like, "Okay, you're not wrong, but don't use that for food." Okay, so this is an easy process. We just kind of put this on here thusly, make sure it's straight across. Take one of the knives that I'm not currently, the knives that are still to be sharpened, and put that on there. We got one on the top, one on the side, and then we'll cut this. Oop, that's not going to work. There we go. There we go. All right, we've replaced the tape. Got to replace the tape every so often. It doesn't, otherwise it kind of gets gross. Gets grody underneath it there. All righty. Let's set, this is probably the thinnest of these knives, so let's set it up to do this one. That one. And the other ones are close enough that I should be able, not like, yeah. Okay, that's good. All right, so all three. Let me wash the edge of this one too, because I actually, I'm seeing the tape residue on the edge of this chef knife, and if I don't do this now, I will forget, and then I'll start cooking and be like, oh no, and I need to wash it then, and might as well do it right in this moment. Okay, that's good. So these are finished. We're starting to get some finished knives here. So we did these two here. We've done this whole group over here now. I'm going to do all three of these utility knives. They're all exactly the same. There's two carbon steel Sabatier knives, and then one, what kind of knife is this? This is a Henkel's, Zwilling Henkel knife. They're all going to be sharpened at the same angle, and they're all the same size. So these are going to be at, hold on. These are going to be at a 19 degree angle, I believe is the one that I cut these at last time. But let's try it. We're going to do a little Sharpie test here. These might have been done at 21, but I think they were at 19. It might be a 21 though. So 21 is like, 21 is your general knife. That's like, if you don't know what your knife is at, it's probably 21. I like mine to be a little finer than that. Or just a little sharper than that. Usually. So what do we got? This is at 19. No, I must have, did I sharpen these at 21 last time? I think I did. I did. Okay, well, these were sharpened at 21, so they're going to sharpen these at 21. Let me write that down. This is where I like, this is where I can just make a note in this book, and the next time I open it in like a few months from now, I'll be like, oh yeah, I knew that. Okay, but let's get a little water on this stone, clean it off. Clean that, and then we'll get to the knife. Again, these are my most commonly used knives. This one in particular, I think, is my favorite knife, the one I'm sharpening right now. It's just like the perfect size. It's got a great weight to it. The blade is super thick. The blade is really thick, but it's not so thick that you can't like thinly slice something with it. And at the same time, it's not unwieldy, so you can get into like small angles with it. So overall, this one I'm sharpening is the most used knife in the kitchen. And I don't think it's that close. I bet if you went back and watched stream for the past year, I can almost guarantee you I've used this knife more than any other. There was a point on this history of this stream where some of y'all made fun of me because I didn't use a chef knife basically ever. I do now. I tend to a little bit more. I tend to use the chef knife a little more nowadays, but there was a time that I didn't. I only used the utility knives. Tatsu, yes, I am definitely still sharpening. We're getting through. I'm going to stop sharpening at 5 p.m. no matter what. So even if I haven't finished the knives that are on the counter in front of me, we're going to finish this process at 5 because I want to start cooking and I want to have dinner ready when it's dinner time. It's because you used the word ass. That's why. The bot doesn't know. Yeah, Fudge Darling, my notebook, my cooking notebook, I am very attached to that. It gets used all the time. Like all the time. Oh God, that's so funny. As I was reading that, I thought you were going to say they have it like running live on Twitch somewhere. Is it just me, or have the 24/7 like food content channels in the food and drink category gotten worse in the past like 2 months? I feel like there's more of them, like a lot more of them than there used to be. Every time I go into the category, which is daily, I see 8, 9 like 24-hour like food content scenarios. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just like take a spin through the food and drink category right now and And I bet you there's like, you know, street food and like food truck cooking. And like maybe some of them are normal, but I don't know. They annoy me. As someone who is live and actually here during stream, it annoys me when I'm watching, when I like see a 24-hour food stream and I'm like, come on, y'all. Can't you just use YouTube for that shit? The 24-hour streams are fascinating, though. I recently considered running one of those just to see. Well, I should say a streamer that whose content I really enjoy and look up to, recently started basically like a rerun channel, a 24/7 like reruns of their old content. And I was like, that's interesting. Like, that's kind of cool. Because if you like that, it's they do IRL stuff, so it's a little different than cooking. Not so different. But I was like, oh, that's interesting. They were like, I'm launching a 24-hour channel and you can like watch all my old broadcasts of like all my old trips. And I was like, that's kind of cool, actually. Critical Role. Tatsu, I've watched Critical Role before. I'm not a regular viewer, but I've definitely watched it. I like the background channels. I mean, a lot of Twitch is background for me in a lot of it. Elsie, you are very, very much not welcome on this counter right now, little baby girl. You are. I'm gonna remove you in a moment here if you're gonna persist. But we have a cat present. Okay, so this is going well. I'm on to knife number 3. Stone number 1, knife number 3. So we should be, I'm hopeful we can finish up here by 5 p.m. All of my knives. I might not get to sharpen Calvin's knife. That might be the one that doesn't get touched. And really, his is the one who I probably should sharpen because sharp knives are safer. Elsie, not a toy. No, baby girl. We have a cat. Here's an Elsie. She's come to help, but you cannot be helpful. You cannot be helpful in this process, baby girl. I'm very sorry. It's very sharp up here. This is not a good look. This is not a good place for cats. No. Not a good place. Not a good place for cats. She's very curious about what's going on, but honestly, babe, you can't be around here, okay? You can't be around. I know you want to. She wants to so bad. She really does. She like wanted to, she was like coming over to hang out, but she was coming over to investigate this thing going back and forth here. That's what she was doing. Fellas, I would love a 24/7 history channel. That's something I would definitely watch. Yeah, the cat knives. She's got razor sharp claws. She doesn't need these knives. All right. All 3 of these should be good. Well, round 1. round one on all three of these is complete. Round two, the 400 grit. It's funny, Calvin is not home today. He and Gwen went to the office, went to her office. So it's Christmas vacation, so it was take your child to work day. I asked her, I was like, would you like to take, are you thinking of taking Calvin? You always go on Tuesday. And she was like, I guess I could. And I was like, well, if he stays home, like, he can definitely stay home. Like, he might prefer that, but he has fun when he goes to her office. They have like a shuffleboard and a pool table and some other like things that are kind of fun for kids. Like, the employees don't use them all that much because they're like working, but like for a child, they he doesn't get to use a pool table very often, so it's a novel thing, and he enjoys hanging out there. He doesn't get any work done, but he enjoys it. Urban myths. I would watch 24/7 Legends of the Hidden Temple channel. It's a little different though. Tatsu, what's the plan for New Year's? New Year's Eve is generally a very low-key affair. I fully plan on being asleep before midnight. I do not want to see the ball drop. I don't care. I don't care about staying up until midnight. I care about getting enough rest so that I'm not like a complete useless human on New Year's Day. The plan, though, such as it is that Gwen and Calvin and I are going to a friend's house, and they're making dinner, and I think Gwen and Calvin plan on hanging out there until, slightly a little after midnight. I think that's the gist. They live very, very nearby us, so I'm just gonna walk home at 9 p.m. and I'm gonna like literally take a shower and go to bed. I'm gonna make sure my backpack and like streaming stuff is ready to go for the next day. Do any like final stuff that I need to do. I'm gonna make sure I'm set up and ready to go. And then I am going to go to bed. That's my plan. Do y'all have any New Year's traditions, Eve or New Year's Day? Interesting, guys. I didn't know that about Prime. I don't look into Prime a lot. The only thing I think I've ever watched on Prime is The Expanse, and I just started that 2 or 3 months ago. I think I just finished season 3 recently. Took a break from watching it to finish Outlander, which I've now finished. I'm up to date on Outlander. That's not on Prime, though. That was on some other network, I forget. Yeah, Velos, The Expanse was good. It has been good. I've been enjoying it. I didn't realize that it was a book series. So if the show kind of loses steam for me, I'll just pick up the books, honestly. I'll probably do like the audiobook version of them. I'm sure that exists. But it's been a good one. I do love a science fiction book. I just got a new recommendation. Forget the name of it, but I just finished a nonfiction book, another one of them parenting books. So I'm about to start a new one. I think I'm going to start another nonfiction memoir though next. That one I'm doing as an audio because the author, I like their voice and they're reading it themselves. I've never seen the Running Man movies or read the book. So. Yeah, Tatsu, we'll be live on New Year's Day, all day, from Broad Street in Philadelphia, covering the Mummers Parade. Command Mummer, Mummer in chat. That's going to be an all-day affair on New Year's Day. So I want to get some sleep the night before, so I'm well rested to be like out and about on the street. It's kind of funny because New Year's Eve in Philly is a very low-key affair in general. Many people stay in. It's not a big party night. New York City is like New Year's Eve. It's a big thing. Philly is like New Year's Day is a big thing. The actual, the Mummers Parade is a huge deal. Not a huge deal, I would say, but it is a long-standing Philly tradition that starts at 9 a.m. on New Year's, and a lot of people put work into it, and it's a long day for a lot of people, spectators and participants. So a lot of people like sleep on New Year's Eve instead of going out and partying. There's plenty of people who go out and party. Like, don't get me wrong. It is a sort of a split in the city of folks, though. I am a go to sleep early and go out on New Year's Day person myself. Not that I am a mummer. I am not planning on being a mummer. I just enjoy the parade. I think it's a nice little tradition. Good way to start the year. Pelman, welcome in. Do I eat dads? Well, not on this stream. This stream, I am a dad who eats. And I cook. But consumption is not part of the situation here. The knives are being sharpened, but for any dad eating purposes, that's a separate part of the internet. We don't talk about that part of the internet here. Pelman, welcome in though. No, mostly what we do here is cooking. And I am, in fact, going to get to some cooking in about 28 minutes from now. Once I'm finished with these knives, I am going to turn my attention to a recipe that I'm working on. That I am doing the initial stages of today, which is to say I am making it and noting all of the things about that process. And then the next time I make it, which will be next week sometime, I will be refining that process. And then I'll probably make it a third time. But the third time I make things is usually off stream, y'all, because I like to focus as much as possible on everything to get it just right. So usually I make things again after you've seen me do it, sometimes twice, often twice, sometimes just once. But yeah, my son also partakes is doing a lot of work in that sentence, Tatsu, given the context of the question. But yes, my son is also on stream. He partakes in streaming. He will be joining me for a little bit on Thursday morning as well. I think he's gonna try. He wants to stay up until midnight on New Year's Eve. It's important to him. He didn't get to do that last year. I didn't let him last year. And he has stated for the record that that is important to him and he would like to stay up for New Year's this year. So we're going to see how that works out for him. So he may help He may be joining me for the initial part of Thursday's New Year's Day stream. He may be too tired. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll leave that up to him. He's gonna get up either way. He's a child though, so like children just get up at the earliest time. They just their body's just like, it's 6 a.m. time to get out of bed. Oh yeah. Well, the Blade Runner movie, I didn't know. I read the book. I'd never seen the movie, and a friend of mine was like, you got to see Blade Runner. You got to see it. It's a classic. And I realized that it was based on a book. So I, of course, read the book first because I'm that person. And then I watched the movie and I was like, I'm not going to lie, y'all. I was disappointed. I should have watched the movie first and then read the book. But I did the opposite. And I was like, oh, this is just, it wasn't as good. I told the person who recommended it that, and they were like, why did you read the book? What is wrong with you? Stop. Like, I told you to watch the movie. And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like this. Okay. That was, these are coming along. Daisy, I hear you. All right, I gotta let Daisy out real quick because Daisy is going to continue barking and will probably pee on the floor if I don't let her out here. So I need to do that. Daisy is my dog. Daisy is 13 years old. She is deaf and a little bit hard to move around anymore. She's having a harder time getting around, and she's also like needs to be let out when she asks. So we got to let her out right now. Hopefully no cats get up on the counter while I'm doing this. If any cats get up on the counter, can someone play like a warning sound? The one that would get up on the counter is sitting here with me. She's wants to watch Daisy go outside all the time. So yes, Elsie, Daisy's outside and you don't get to go out. Daisy dog, are you going to use the bathroom or are you just going to stand there and stare at me? You were asking to go out. You got to go. It's below freezing outside and you're just staring at me. You gotta do the thing. Girly pop, come on. There she goes. All right. Good Lord. Oh. It's having an elderly dog is great because you get to clean up dog poop in the house every single day. Literally every single day. No matter how many times you let her out, she still goes to the bathroom in the house literally every day. Gwen was cleaning a rug upstairs the other day and was like, I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, well, I'm cleaning the rug because Daisy, like, you know, pooped on it about 1,000 times. And I was like, why? Why clean it? Just throw it out. Honestly, it's so far gone. It's so far gone. Okay, here she comes back up the steps. Are you coming in? Good girl. No, Elsie, you cannot go outside. No, Daisy, come in. Elsie, stay in. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Here she is. All right, good girl. Thank you for asking to go out instead of just peeing in a corner. I appreciate that. I appreciate it more than you know. Okay. We're back. Where was I? I just finished with this grid. Yes. Okay. We're on it. All right. Last one. And then I have three more. After I finish these utility knives here, I've got two little ones and then Calvin's knife. I'll do Calvin's knife next because the little ones, if I don't get to them, I'm not going to be like torn up about it. I don't use them all that often. But we are going to cook this evening. We're getting to cooking. I'm very distinctly realizing that we're probably not getting to that snack today, which is fine. It will continue to be a want. The working on the recipe is a need. The wanting a mug cake is a want. I need to finish and submit that recipe by the deadline. Today is the day that I had planned to work on it. And so that needs to happen. Unless, of course, Gwen does not want to take Calvin to karate, in which case I will do it tomorrow. But whatever. Okay. The plan today is to finish these knives in the next 20 minutes, which is very achievable because I have 3 to go. 2 of them are the same size, and they're very small. So, Daisy, leave the cats alone. No, babe. They don't want to play with you. You want them to play with you, but they don't want to play with you. You are an anomaly to them. They have no idea what to do with you. They're not afraid of you, but they don't want to play with you. They want to sit with you. If you would settle and sit somewhere, they would love that. Phoenix, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, Obi is not interested in you, girly. She doesn't want to play with them either. They're two different species trying to communicate with each other, and sometimes it works, and sometimes there's just a large amount of confusion. She approaches them with her tail just wagging and barking, and they're like, what in the hell is this cannonball doing coming at me? No, you're not running behind me. No. She can't even hear me. She's very deaf. Oh, God. Anyway. It's really funny because the cats came into the house on their second day of life. They were maybe 24 hours old when they arrived in this house. They were bottle fed by Gwen, by hand, and the dog had like full access to them the entire time. So to say that the cats are used to the dog is an understatement. She has never been threatening to them. They don't feel threatened by her. Like, she will charge at Obi, like full steam directly at him, barking, and he will stand there and stare at her, and she stops like right before him, and then will just like kind of put her head down and walk away. And he's just like, what do you want? Like, what are you trying to do? It's really funny. The Phoenix, it is magnetic. It holds the blade in place like really nicely, and it's interesting because you move. The knife never moves. The knife sits here and just stays in one spot, and the blade, or the stone rather, glides over the blade. And the way that the table is set up is that this thing, right, this little like arm here, you can see the different colorations on it. Each of these is a specific angle for a specific type of knife. And so you set the angle that you're grinding at. and you set your blade, and then all you're doing is like pulling the stone back and forth over the blade, and you are cutting the blade with the stone. You're not moving the knife at all, which is nice. And you can set, if you have like specific angles for specific knives, it makes it real easy to set those. So this is not a cheap system by any stretch. This was a Christmas present. This was like this was a big Christmas present for me a couple years ago. I'd been talking about it for a long time, and Gwen got it for me as a very generous gift. And now I just get a lot of enjoyment and like cathartic relaxation from sharpening my knives. Also, functionally, it saves money because I'm not paying, you know, a few bucks per knife to get all of my kitchen knives sharpened. And I'm not paying for like specialty considerations when it has a little nick or a burr out of it or something like that. If it needs special attention, I can do that myself. All right, we have about 15 minutes here to get to these last few knives. So I've got all of my utility knives are completely sharpened now, all three. These are all basically exactly the same knife. So we have a good like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're all quite sharp. Good to get all of them out of all three at once done. That's super cool. All right, let's get Calvin's knife sharpened here, and then we'll do the two little ones, because those should not take but a minute or two each. So Calvin's knife, I'm going to start. Find out what angle this is. I'm going to start at a 400 grit because, actually no, I'm going to start at the 220 because that's what you should start at. But his should be pretty easy. It's not, his knife is not dull. Oh yeah, that's the right size. Okay. So this is a 21 degree angle for his knife. Megan, welcome in. And we're just going to give this one a quick go over because his knife does not get used very often and is still quite sharp. I think since the last time he uses this, the main thing he uses this knife for is cutting avocados, which is kind of funny. It's like his breakfast. He goes through cycles, as we all do with our food preferences, and he loves avocado toast. And so, you know, every once in a while I'll pick up like a couple avocados, and that'll be like a nice breakfast for him for a couple days in a row. So that's the primary thing this gets used for. So this one's going to be a quick sharpen. There's no, there's no damage to this blade. It's all quite, oh yeah, that thing is sharp as hell to begin with. So we're going to just let that one give that one an easy go. All right, about 10 minutes from now, we're going to start cooking. FYI, for those of y'all who are like, can you stop with the knives, please? Yes, the knife sharpening will stop shortly. And we'll be back to our normal food-based activities. But this is a kitchen stream, and we are doing kitchen things today. I want to make a couple little announcements as we're getting through these last couple knives. We have this is today. Today is the last stream of the calendar year. So if you're getting your Cookie Club entries in for December, if that's important for you, today is the last day to do that for December. Command cookies in chat if you're like, what is that? It will give you a link to find all of the detail of Cookie Club. Easiest way to enter Cookie Club is hitting the subscribe button. The second easiest way to enter Cookie Club is the channel point rewards if you have them. Otherwise, plenty of different ways to enter. There's a link to Cookie Club in the profile below, and if you put command cookies in chat, you can find all of that information as well. Announcement number 2. On Thursday of this week, the first stream of the new year, Thursday, January 1st, we will be live in Philadelphia on Broad Street for the Mummers Parade. If you're not familiar with the Mummers Parade, it is the longest running folk parade in the country. It is the top rated holiday parade in the country. It is 125 years old this year, which makes it half as old as the country. It is an all-day affair on Broad Street in Philadelphia. There are costumes, there's dancing, there's people everywhere. It's fun. And we'll be live from Broad Street for pretty much the entire day, from about 10, somewhere between 9 and 11 a.m. We're going to get started, and we'll finish up our day at the after party on 2 Street. We'll probably end stream somewhere between 8 and 9 p.m. So that is announcement number 2. Announcement number 3 is that, as always, followers are silent, and if you are hanging out and enjoying your experience, I would encourage you to hit the follow button. There is no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I will not say hi to you unless you say hi in chat first. So please feel free, if you're lurking and hanging out and enjoying the stream, to hit the follow button and continue to lurk as you like. All right. Last 2 knives here. Again, we're going to do these at the same time, just like the other ones, just like the utility knives. So this should be a pretty straightforward experience because these are very small pairing knives. These little ones, much smaller than the others. So we're gonna take these. These are also not super dull. They get used regularly, but they are certainly not the most used knives in the kitchen. The most used knives in the kitchen were the utility knives that we sharpened moments ago. Like 20 minutes ago. So we're getting through these. We're going to start cooking just around 5 p.m. Before we start cooking, we are going to take a little break so that I can take a little break for just like a few moments here. When we do take a quick break, we're going to run a little game of words on stream, and I'm going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch for during that time. So just a heads up that that's going to happen. And if you are sitting there thinking like, ew, an ad, sorry, they happen. Please feel free to hit the subscribe button and not see ads. You can also be a Twitch Prime member, and you don't get ads if you're a Twitch Prime, Twitch Turbo subscriber. C-Dub, welcome in. True Caretaker. Sharpening knives is interesting. What I'm doing this here is just one of, like, obviously many different ways to sharpen knives. I don't this is interesting because the knowledge on this one is all in the setup. There's less technique. And, you know, I think the folks that make this sharpening system will be like, hey, there's plenty of technique. And there is. But, you know, there's definitely a difference between this and using like a whetstone where you are moving the knife over the stone and sort of doing that by hand. That's a very, you know, that's a very different technique than what I'm doing. This particular system I love because I can get very granular. It is a gradual progression of sharpening. So like, you know, you grind off your knife in like the first stone or two. And then these sort of subsequent stones are just like a gradual progression up towards whatever grit you want your knife to be at. I like to do mine all the way up to the 1000 grit, and then we do the 2000 grit polish tape afterward. But that's not, the polish tape's not necessary. You don't even need to get up to 1000 grit. A lot of stones that you buy, that you could buy in for like hand sharpening are not even going to be that hot, that fine. So there's definitely a lot of different options and ways to do this. The angle Phoenix is definitely the most challenging part. And this system, there is, you can get the exact angle that you want across the entire blade of your knife super easily. So for that reason and many other ones, this was the one that after kind of a lot of research, I was like, that one is complicated, but also has this finite ability to set your angle and like do different angles and precision angles, and isn't a grinder, isn't like a mechanical thing. It's still a fully hand done setup. So it's, to me, it's a good combo of those two things. So we're going to get to, we're about to hit 5 p.m. here. So we're almost done. I'm cruising into the finish. We're working through these last two knives. If I get through these two, not if, when, because I've started them, we're not going to not get through them. When I get through these two, we will have sharpened all of my kitchen knives that I can sharpen. That's not true. There's two that are back there. One is a Santoku knife that I doesn't need to be sharpened because I haven't used it really at all. And the other one is also a paring knife that I genuinely just don't use. I don't like it. It's got a weird feel in my hand, and also the tip broke off of it, so it's not that great to use. So we're going to leave those out for today. They're out of consideration today. Darlene, welcome in. So we're on to the 600 grit. We finish with these just in the last minute of time. Still getting the whole blade. I'm not trying to like rush through. But these little knives are slightly easier because they are smaller. There's less knife to sharpen, literally. All right. Oh, that makes such a satisfying sound. It really does. The like that really subtle grating sound is just, it's great. It's wonderful. All right. Last stone before we polish. 1,000 grit. Darlene, I did have a good Christmas. It was relaxing. In our house, we haven't gone anywhere on Christmas in 7 years. This was the 7th year in a row where we've stayed home on Christmas. And what a difference that makes. I'll tell you, God, having to go somewhere on Christmas is nice if it's local, but like anywhere that I would go on Christmas is at a minimum on Christmas Day, 3-hour drive. Minimum. Unless I was already there. And not gonna lie, I am not trying to spend 3 hours in the car on Christmas Day. I'm not trying to spend 6 hours in the car on Christmas Day, because obviously you don't just go somewhere, you then come back. At least I do. But it was nice. We had a good one. We were relaxed. Went for a hike on Christmas Eve, as is tradition. Went for a walk around the city on Christmas Day. Calvin and I took a hike. Calvin and I went for a walk. Just enjoyed a little bit of air, and then just hung out, really. Like, Christmas is a very low-key affair for me, and I like it that way. I don't want to do anything on Christmas. I don't want any obligations. Frankly, I don't want to get dressed. I don't want to get out of my gym shorts. I did. I put pants on to go for a walk, but generally speaking, don't want to do too much. Do any of y'all travel for Christmas? Do you like go a far distance? Is that a thing for anyone? That like got to go to a relative's house, or like aunt, uncle, grandparent, parent? I'm glad we used to do that, and I am glad. I like my family. There's no like. The reason that we don't do anything on Christmas is not because I don't like my family or Gwen's family. It's because I don't like doing things and leaving the house. Especially on a holiday when I got other shit going on. We did, for the first few years that Calvin was alive, we did go places on Christmas. And then it was kind of like, all right, we need to have our own like Christmas tradition going on here. Neither of us, and to be fair, neither of us are religious. So it's not like an important religious holiday for either one of us. It's kind of it's just how it is. I cook. Everybody eats. Calvin gets up and opens a stocking and eats a bunch of candy before any of us are conscious. Tradition. All right, y'all, we're finished with the knives. It's 17:03. I missed my deadline by 3 minutes. That's okay. That's okay. I had a bunch of paper over here. We need to clean up a little bit, and then we'll get started cooking. I need to do a couple things. One, I need to turn the oven on. I don't know what temperature I'm doing the oven at, but I need to turn it on. Two, I need to take all of the cast iron pans out of the oven, because there's a bunch of cast iron in the oven. Oh my God. Okay. I don't need to do anything with the cast iron. Oh, I just need to get it out of the oven. Because because otherwise it'll be really hot later. Okay, I got a bunch of paper over on the counter here. Got a recycle. We're cleaning up right now. We're gonna switch gears. We're doing a hard pivot to doing a hard pivot to cooking now. Okay. Let me wash my hands. I want to clean up the counter, talk a little bit about what we're doing for the cooking portion of stream today. I'm going to switch over to the food and drink category. And then I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to use the restroom. We're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we're going to play probably 2 to 3 games of Words on stream. And then when we are finished that, all of that, then we're going to get started with cooking. So let's clean up my knife kit here. I want to clean up the knife kit, clean the knives, put the knives away. So we did a lot today, y'all. This was a large amount of knives. I sharpened 12 knives today here, from camping, pocket knife, big utility camping knife, paring knife, chef knife, and then all of my regular kitchen knives here. So we did real good today. We did a real good amount, a fair amount of knife sharpening. Megan says the last 2 years my family's been coming to my house. That's kind of nice. See, I would love that. I would love it if people would just be like, "Can we come to your house?" Be like, "Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you can come to my house. I'll cook. I'll definitely cook. I'm going to do that anyway on Christmas, but like, please come to my house." See, Megan, we have an opposite approach. I want people to come to my house because I don't want to go anywhere. I don't mind the hosting. I like the hosting. I would love it if people were here. I would, in fact, like to see people on Christmas. I just don't want to go anywhere. Like, hard no on the travel. Really, like, that's honestly the primary reason. It's Phoenix. It's a lot of peopling too. We did a lot of that. Like, we went on Thanksgiving. We went to Gwen's family's house, and it was nice. I enjoy it. And at the end of the day, I was like, I am finished. I am finished. And yet I was still there. So there is a bit of that. All right, let me give these stones a quick rinse in the sink here. I'm just going to give these a very little scrub with the brush. And I'm going to leave these on the drying rack over here to dry before I put them back in their container. So these can just hang out over here for a little bit as we finish up. So this is oh, and this one has polish tape on it, so we don't clean this one off. This one just goes back in the case. True character because mom's is 4 hours of travel and your brother's is 30 minutes or 20 minutes. Perfect. Sounds like I'd be pushing to go to your brother's house. Megan, 20-ish people is a lot of people. To be fair, when I think about planning and having like a large group over, I think like 10 people. Because that's the biggest... That's like the most number I could imagine at the house at once of people in like, if we invited like Gwen's family over, it would be that number of people. I want to say there was like 13 people at her folks' house for Thanksgiving, which was a lot of people. It felt like a lot of people, and functionally it was a lot of people. Vanilla, amazing! I'm so glad. I'm very glad. We have the confidence. I know we do. I can't wait to go watch the VOD, honestly. I really can't. I was going to offer to like co-stream at the same time or like watch I was gonna ask and be like, hey, would it be okay if I like tuned this in on our stream? But I didn't want to cause any further stress around it. Of course it was super interesting. Of course it was. That's the thing with niche topics. Y'all are like, what are you even talking about? I'm not going to share because they didn't share in chat, but we're proud of one of our moderators today. We're proud of our moderators every day, let's be fair. I am anyway. I will speak for me. I survived. Liz, I was told that you did so good and that it was super interesting. I'm glad. And I am very much looking forward to catching the VOD, as they say. I was just saying, earlier I was going to be like, hey, can we watch at the same time? Can I like tune into the stream from this channel and like watch at the same time? But I didn't want to cause any stress. I was like, I will catch it later. For future reference, though, I'm always happy to do that. Okay, we're packing up. Daisy, shush! Ah, for fuck's sake, can you stop barking at the cats? They've been here for months. Months! God, she's so wild. Okay, what goes where? This goes here. This goes here? No, here. Yes, we did it. I know, she can't hear anything, Liz. That's the thing. She's very visually driven these days. So like when she sees the cats jump from one thing to another, it's like, react, react, react. Like Obi just jumped onto the kitchen counter right over here, and she's like panicking on the ground. She's stomping all around and mashing her little feet on the ground and just generally being obnoxious. She doesn't know she's obnoxious. This is just how dogs are. Okay, we're turning, we're making a hard transition here. Hard transition also meaning we're going to unplug this camera. Don't unplug the wrong thing. All right, we unplugged the right thing. We're going to put this camera back on the stove. We've had the camera, the counter cam going on. We're transitioning this right back onto the stove here. I also need to get out my puff pastry. That is a thing that needs to happen because that needs to thaw out. But we'll do that. We'll do that as soon as I'm like ready to cook. I grabbed the towel from the outside of that thing, and no, it was not. That was just a general kitchen towel. That was just along for the ride, as it were. Okay, plugged in. Studio mode. Let's make sure that camera works again. Filters. Face cam. Sources. Face cam. Deactivate. Activate. It works. Great. Okay. I've talked to my deaf cat like she can hear me. Yeah, and that's the thing is like Daisy's just, I'm not used to her, and the thing, Daisy can still hear somewhat. She has some level of hearing. Not a lot, but not none. She's got selective hearing, as they say. Okay, I'm gonna move these knives. These knives don't have a home in the kitchen, so these need to go. I'm gonna put these on the back of the counter here, and we'll deal with those. We'll deal with those later. This is also. This is an extension cable for the camera that I was just using, because sometimes I use it in other parts of the kitchen. There we go. Okay. Now this is the right cable for the camera on the counter. This is the wrong cable for the camera on the counter. So this one, there's a reason that one of them was in the streaming box, the right one, and the other one was in the charging section of the kitchen. The corner of the counter there is basically where all the wires live from all the various devices that get plugged in the kitchen during the week. Okay. But if I don't wrap them up and put them back where they're supposed to be now, then they won't be there the next time I go to use them. Will they? No, they won't. That's how it works. Oh, you stay up. Okay. All right, we are going to move into the next phase of stream today. The next phase of stream is a cooking segment. A cooking segment, as opposed to the knife sharpening segment that we just went through. First things first, cooking segment. Today we're using puff pastry, so we got to get it out of the freezer. That's important. So I know that puff pastry takes about 40 minutes or so, a little bit more usually, to thaw or to get pliable to the point of being useful. So we're going to open this up and let it thaw. Now, I'm going to put that on the counter just like it is, because otherwise, if I try to do anything special with it, it is not going to be what someone else would be doing at home. I don't want to be like, put your puff pastry on a wire rack, and then it'll help it cool faster by circulating air underneath of it. No, most people are just going to take it out and put it on the counter. So I need to set a timer for that. That's a 40-minute timer. Sort of, it says max 40 minutes. The last time I thawed puff pastry in this kitchen, basically at the same temperature, that's 4 hours. We can't do that. Last time I thawed puff pastry, it took about 50 minutes. God damn it, come on. This fucking timer. Super sensitive now. Okay, there we go. All right, let's do a couple things. We're going to switch back to the food and drink category. Done. Then we're going to take a quick break. Let me get, let me just make sure. Thaw pastry sheets until the pastry unfolds easily, no more than 40 minutes. Okay, well, 40 minutes is about right. Mini strawberry Napoleons. Okay, we're not making those. That's just what it says on the back of the box. All right, we're gonna take a quick break right now. I'm gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. When we come back, we're going to do a couple things. We're going to read my original pitch for this recipe, meaning what did I say I was going to put in it? That's important. Then we're going to get out the ingredients that I say I was going to put in it. We're going to determine if those are the correct ingredients or if we need to make adjustments or what. We're going to read the process, what I said was going to happen with this this dish. Like, we're going to go through basically what I pitched, what I said it was going to be. It's going to be asparagus and cheese, so I know that we're going to use those two ingredients. Probably going to use either egg or milk for a wash, but Okay, we got it. Command no mic. Command no sound. Command dead mic. 5-hour mark. Yep. There we go. Anyway, I was saying about the egg wash. Basically, we're going to read everything and make sure that I know, make sure that I can do what I think I'm supposed to do, or we're going to confirm everything, and then we're going to get started. The only thing that I'm actually cooking here is going to be the asparagus. And that's going to be in a pan, and it should be pretty quick because the way that I'm calling for it to be cooked is chopped up. Anyway, let's do a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. We're going to run 3 minutes of ads. I'm going to run a game of words on stream. We have that coming up here. Just a second, and we'll be there. Okay, there it is. Okay, we're gonna run. So here's how this works. We're gonna run 3-minute ad and a game of words on stream at the same time. During that time, if you want to hear what I'm saying, you can follow along on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. I would love it if you would go subscribe on YouTube anyway, because it's helpful for me as a content creator having more subscriptions on YouTube. Once we come back from that, we're going to get started on our dinner. Okay, here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Casual reminder that follows are silent. If you're like, hey, I'm out, he's running an ad, hit the follow button before you leave. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages. I won't say hi to you in chat. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. Please enjoy.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Let's get my... I'm going to put these dishes on the dish pan, the dish draining rack away, because I'm going to create new dishes now. That's clearly what's about to happen. Put some things away. I'm going to flit around the kitchen here as we're doing. Angry Rook, hello. Welcome in. Some folks I know can hear me during the ad break because I see that they are Prime subscribers. Or they're subscribed to the channel, but, you know. Either way, you got a subscription. Twitch is taking your money and giving you the opportunity to not hear advertisements at the same time. Okay, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll be right back. Actually, let me... This empty first. Start a new game. Then we'll use the restroom. Then fully back. Ready to go. By the time I finish all of this, I'm hoping that it's very straightforward, like puff pastry thaws, and I just finish the asparagus stuff in between. I think it should be pretty easy, but you know, like many things, it could be complicated. I will make it complicated, as you know. Okay, we'll do one more game here as the ad continues. And now I'm going to use the bathroom. We'll be right back. Put the mic on mute and...
It's over!
Okay, we're back. We're back. Calvin and Gwen just pulled into the house, so they will be here momentarily. Why is clam not a word? Oh, clam was already taken. Right. Oh, blam? Nope. Okay. Well, we tried. That was good work. That was good work regardless of the results. Very close though. Very good. Very good, y'all. I want to note that Calvin, my son, and my partner just pulled into the house. So we're it's probably going to be a little bit chaotic in here for just a few minutes as things as they settle in, as the changeover happens. He has karate tonight, so I don't know what decisions were made around karate. So he might be staying, he might be going. Who knows? If I'm going to take him to karate, which may happen, we may need to end stream shortly. I don't know how the vibe is, so we're going to suss that out momentarily. Death Wish, welcome in. Hello. Thank you for participating in Words on Stream. Good to have you. Okay, let's read over what I said this recipe was going to be. It's in here somewhere. So I've made this before. I've made these several times. Different versions of the same exact thing. But as always, when you're working on a recipe, it needs to be formalized. There is a specific, it has to be the thing that I said. Okay. Asparagus, cheddar, puff pastry, rice, egg or milk.
One sweatshirt on the screen. Yeah, I know.
Asparagus.
Hey, chat.
Calvin's here.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
It's Tuesday. Cheddar. So cheddar, rice. I said leftover rice, but we're gonna do this with minute rice because I don't want to call for making regular rice. And then egg or milk. So that would be like an egg wash. I will definitely use egg. Okay. Asparagus and flaky pastry and cheese. Adding a bit of leftover rice bulks up the filling, masks the texture of the asparagus slightly as well. Correct. Give an alternative addition to leftover rice like minute rice. So we're going to use minute rice for this. Use a whole sheet or box of puff pastry. Keep it as minimal ingredient and simple as possible. What kind of cheddar? Okay, so this is all straightforward. I actually forgot about the rice, so that's good. Not good, but it's I was worried earlier when I was thinking about making this. I was like, how am I going to make this the right volume, like to fill these pastries well? Rice, right. I already had that thought. And anyway, okay, so we're going to do, let's see, I should be able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pastries out of these 4 sheets. Asparagus, I'm going to cut up in little rounds. And then we're going to saute that in a pan. Cheddar is just going to be a bag of pre-shredded cheddar cheese. I have I should have a bag of pre-shredded cheddar. Yeah. This is an 8-ounce 2-cup bag of cheddar. Close the fridge lid. Let's get the asparagus out too. So let's make sure we have that 8-ounce bag or 2 cups shredded. I'm going to use the bag today. I have a block, an 8-ounce block of cheddar that I could also use. I'll probably use that when I test, just to make sure it's like roughly the same when I test again. Okay, so cheese is handled. Rice is a minute rice. I've actually never made minute rice. So we'll see how it goes. Gwen, how you doing? How you doing? Okay. Now you're just annoyed? Okay. Do you need me to do karate? Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm just starting to make dinner. Like, okay. I'm gonna do this in the stove. Boil water, add rice, cover and remove from heat. Wait 5 minutes until water is absorbed, then fluff. Okay, I want to have I would say 4 servings of this. So 2 cups of rice, 2 cups of rice, 2 cups of water. That's easy enough. Daisy is Gwen is feeding Daisy, and Daisy is making as much noise as human dog. She's doggedly asking for dinner. She just went out a few minutes ago. She definitely just went out a few minutes ago. Okay. So we boil water first. Jamie, hello. Did I say hi to you? Ava, the knives are sharp. All of them are sharp. The camping ones and the kitchen ones and Calvin's knife, all sharp. Okay. So this is, I've never made minute rice, but like, this feels very easy. It's supposed to be easy. That's the point. Jamie, Daisy is in your most used. That's really cute. I kind of love that, honestly. That's very special. I wish I could tell her that and have her know what that means. But I don't think she would get it. I know what it means, though. Okay, so minute rice, we're going to do 2 cups rice, 2 cups water. Wait 5 minutes until water is absorbed, then fluff. Okay, this is very straightforward. Boil water, first step. Okay, so while that happens, I'm assuming we can do the rice and it can just sit on the thing and it'll be in the stove, on the stove, and it'll be fine. So and we're making 4 servings. I'm making 8 pockets, but I'm also like, it's not like a serving of rice. It's like just enough to fit in the pockets. I'm assuming that the 4 servings is fine. 2 cups of rice. Let's measure that out so I can just dump that in when we're ready. But wait, there's weight. Liz, what did Gwen think of the SpongeBob movie? She said it was not, there was a plot to it, and it was not as brain rotty as anticipated. I think her exact assessment was it was better than I thought it was going to be, which is not to say good. It is to say that at least it was better than anticipated. 2 cups of rice. So what, this is a 1-to-1 ratio of Minute brand rice. Okay. I think there's only 3 servings in here. Did Cal enjoy it? Yeah, he enjoyed it. He thought it was funny. He seemed to enjoy it. I think let's see, 230 grams. They had a good time. They went to the arcade afterward, which is fun. Okay, now we're gonna get to the asparagus. The asparagus is going to need to be cooked, so we're gonna dice that and dice it or slice it, weigh it, and get to the cooking pretty quickly here. This is also supposed to be easy, and basically my goal here is that you get the puff pastry out, you make everything else, and by the time the puff pastry is thawed, everything is ready to go. That's the goal. So step 1, thaw pastry. Step 2, make rice. While the rice is in progress, you cut asparagus. Okay, so the rice also needs to rest for 5 minutes, I think it said. This is the part where I get the box back out. Add rice, stir, cover, and remove from heat. Wait 5 minutes or until water is absorbed, then fluff. Okay, easy. It doesn't say to add salt to that, so I'm not. I would always add salt cooking rice, but that's just me. We're following the instructions on the box exactly. When the bar is so low, it's on the bottom of the ocean in a pineapple. It's not hard to be better than expected. I see what you did there, Phoenix. That was clever. Okay. Asparagus, I'm saying 1 bunch of asparagus, right? So when you go to the store and you buy asparagus, you can't like buy them by the each. They're just like, buy a bunch of asparagus. So I'm going to say like 1 bunch, and we'll weigh this before chopping it, and we'll weigh it afterward. So we'll weigh it beforehand, and then no, hold on. I need to measure the volume of this, not just the weight. So we need to put this in a measuring cup. Okay, better. We'll measure the weight of the bunch. The weight of the bunch is 406 grams. And how many ounces is that? 14.3 ounces. So pre-processed, and then we have a weight after processing. The weight after processing is also, we're going to need a volume, so I needed to switch to my measuring cup. All right, the water for the rice is boiling. We're going to stop, dump, stir, and cover. Wait 5 minutes and fluff. Okay. Lemon, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Usually when I pull a knife out of the block, I hone it first. I'm not going to do that today because I just sharpened this. And I don't need to hone it. It's pretty sharp. All right, we are going to, so the tips on some of these, the tips on some of these, really all of these have gotten quite soft. So I don't want the soft tips. They were, to be fair, they were soft when I bought them. This was not the best. This was not the best version of asparagus that I wanted. This is the version of asparagus that was available in mid-December. Yeah, no soft tips.
That's your closet.
It's going to be that kind of stream, is it? All right then.
Really well.
Okay.
I'm not finding it. I'm looking. I don't see it. I need it to be louder. You didn't hear me.
Okay. We're going to cut these bottoms off here too, because these are a little bit thick. Not that we mind that IRL, but you know, it's not ideal for asparagus. Okay, and now we have these are ready for processing here. I'm going to, so these are filling. They're meant to be a filling, so they need to be small. They're also meant to be similar, not similar texture, like, because that's not right, but to the rice, like, they're not supposed to be too much bigger than the rice. I don't want big chunks, like long form chunks of asparagus. So I'm going to cut this at a into rounds. Fellas, it definitely is fat asparagus. So I'm cutting this into rounds. And I'm going to put this in a pan. So we're going to like saute this a little bit just to get it soft. So it should cook up pretty quickly in rounds like this and get soft enough that I can sort of use this as a filling. Yeah, this knife is pretty sharp now. I'm watching my pinky here. But the purpose of this was the prompt that I was working with for this one was basically like, you know, vegetables that kids don't really like. How can you like serve that vegetable in a like sort of creative way? And, you know, my sort of immediate take on all things like that is hide it and cover it in cheese. So we're putting it inside of a pastry, and then we're going to put that with cheese and rice with it as a filling, and then we're going to put the cheese, we're going to mix the cheese, the rice, and the asparagus all together in a bowl, essentially, and then use that as a filling for the puff pastry. So this is all cut up and torn. So we'll measure this out, and we'll get a cup. We'll get a cup and weight measurement for this. So my rice should be in need of fluffing in about 20 some seconds here. So this ended up, this is only like a cup and a half of asparagus. That doesn't, not a lot when you can. Yeah. Let's not forget about these. I did forget about those. Okay. I only did half of them. I was like, that doesn't seem like much asparagus at all. Anyway, it's not, because I only did half of it. Imagine finishing this and then like looking over there and being like, oh, oops. I'm gonna give that rice just another moment here while I finish cutting these up. It can hang out for another few moments.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Yes,
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
This is true. I mostly know what I'm doing. Okay.
Calvin sauce.
Mine. All right. Yeah, that's more like the amount of asparagus I was expecting. Threats also work, fellas, but that's not what we're going for today. Cheese, salt, and subterfuge. That is the way. That knife is so much sharper than it used to be. That asparagus is thick and woody, and that it had posed no problem for that knife. Okay, 10.6 ounces. That is 2 cups exactly. And how many grams is that? 302 grams. So I only took about 100 grams worth of the stem off of there, which is quite a bit when you kind of step back and think about it. But these were particularly thick asparagus. Okay. Liz asks, what inspired this recipe, or was it an ask from the place you submitted to? It was a little bit of both. This one was from a prompt that they had sent out that wasn't specifically about asparagus or puff pastry or even anything. It was more around, like, there are some vegetable, certain things kids don't like to eat. Like, basically, how do you introduce different vegetables to people who may be skeptical of them? And different versions of this exact thing previously. I was looking back in my notebook and being like, well, what have I made vegetable wise that was successful? So this was one where I was like, oh, those were pretty good. And I love anything that I can use like simple, like leftovers in, and leftover rice. I was like, the leftover rice was kind of like, thinking after the fact. Okay, well, this didn't quite absorb all the water in here. I don't know if that's normal for minute rice. That's cooked, but I'm gonna give that I'm gonna turn the burner on that and give it like 2 minutes on the stove. It's not quite there yet. Okay. I got that time. Deal?
You ready? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So 8 minutes left on that puff pastry till it's at 40 minutes. That's not quite thawed yet. I'm still looking at like some ice crystals on there. So I think we're good. Let's move over to the stove. I need to measure how much salt I put in here. So I do need to season this. Let me also do the like pepper grinding situation, so I have at least a teaspoon of pepper available. I know I'm going to use at least that much. Liz, Calvin was at work with Gwen today, so she took him to her office for about 5 hours today. So she was at her office for about 5 hours and took him with her. So she has been sort of managing child at the office energy all afternoon. Which is not, you know, it's 5 hours is 5 hours is like, okay, I need a little bit of a break here. I get that. Generally speaking, 5 hours is about break time. So I definitely can understand. And damn it, hold on. Okay. Time is going off. I am trying to find, oh, I bet they're up in here. Ah! Got fucking water bottles falling on me. I'm looking for peppercorns. Who deserves mug cake? You know, I don't think she likes mug cake. It's funny, so many times when I'm like, oh, this would be such a nice treat, she's like, I don't like that. And I'm like, okay. Like, okay, well, I tried. Like, who says no to cake? But to each their own. Where are my peppercorns? Fuck! There they are. Got them. Okay. I knew they were in here somewhere. Bella says there are many reasons why I don't have children. At least 3. Yeah, 5 hours is a long time. And it's different when you're at your, I think, you know, for her, it's different at her office. Like, for example, I spend 5 hours with Calvin all the time. It's not a large ask. When you are also trying to get work done, and he's like, can I use the pool table? Can I, like, do this other thing? When are we getting lunch? Blah, blah, blah. You know, there's like, your attention is very fractured, and you're sort of on. And so it's a different experience than like, hey, we're going to like go do this activity, right? I think generally speaking, it is a very different experience having him at work with you than it is doing an out of the house activity generally. So I can understand that. Mainly, she didn't remember that they had karate tonight. And she was like, I would have come home earlier. Because they came in the door and had to like do a quick transfer. That was the main like source of frustration in this moment, was the like, I forgot about this thing that I was responsible for. So, fair. No time to breathe. Exactly. Depending who's at karate tonight, she might also have another hour-long conversation on her hands, because there's someone there at karate specifically who enjoys talking to her, whether she is demonstrably open to that or not. So that can be fun too. Like, hey pal, take a hint. Let's check this rice again. Anyway, that's why she was in the kitchen. I was like, let me do, like, I got bedtime. Like, let me take bedtime. Okay. Yeah, the water is totally absorbed here now. This is ready to go. So I think what we'll do, let's just move this over to the counter here. We have our rice. We have our cheese. These are ready to go. Rice, cheddar, asparagus. That's the filling. That's it. We need to get this asparagus in a pan. And so let's say we're going to use an 8-inch, 10-inch. It's a 10-inch frying pan. Kay, welcome in. Good to have you. Hello. Hello. Fearnock, welcome in. Tumbletum, hello. Welcome, y'all. Let me preheat this pan here. I'm going to give this pan a little preheat. I don't know what to bake these in the oven at. I'm assuming, let's see. What does it say that we bake these other things in? Debbie, hello. Hello. Welcome in. Okay, what were you doing today on stream? What was were you I'm assuming cooking, but was there something else that you were up to? 400 degrees, this one says. Okay. Let's bump the oven to 400. Okay. Bumped to 400. Liz, thank you for the shot. Shut up. Woo, woo, woo. Friends who just joined us, hello. It's nice to have you. Y'all made fried pickles and wrap burgers. Man, we're doing shit with asparagus today. I'm gonna come eat over your house. I love pickles so much. I was talking to someone about a potential pickle partnership. Fuck, that is a hard thing to say. A potential pickle partnership in the coming months. That aside, boss bitch, welcome in. I'm new here. What are you cooking? Good question. I will answer your question as well as introduce myself. But first, I want to request humbly but directly that if y'all were hanging out here, that you go to the little spot in chat there that was the shout out for Kay, and please give her a follow. She also does food and drink. Not also. She, in addition to such like myself, Kay also does home cooking, and I really appreciate the cadence. I appreciate her cadence when she's like talking and interacting with stream. It's very conversational. It's very very welcoming, and also just fun. Like, someone who narrates stream regularly, I always appreciate, because I'm not always like watching 100%, or I'm definitely not always chatting. But so I appreciate a good narrator, which definitely does that. So friends who joined us, let me say hi. Let me welcome you to stream. I'm about to burn this pan over here. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer and tester. I'm also a dad. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. Announcement number 1, follows are silent. So if you're a lurker like myself, if you enjoy just hanging out in streams, but you don't like calling attention to your presence, or you don't really want attention in any capacity, but you do like to follow food and drink, follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, nothing happens. There's no sounds, there's no alerts, there's no chat messages. I won't say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions. I won't even say hi to you at all. I won't acknowledge. There's literally no acknowledgement. Anyway, that's announcement number 1. Announcement number 2, not announcement number 2. This stream is all about cooking and about conversations. Mostly we're doing vegetable forward family meals. A lot of the recipes that I work on are simple recipes, like 10 ingredients or less, often like 7 ingredients or less. Command recipes if you are interested in recipes. We also do baking, we do meal prep, we do IRL streams on occasion out and about in the world. On Thursday, New Year's Day, all day, we'll be out in Philadelphia on Broad Street doing the Mummers Parade. It is the oldest folk parade in the country. It is the #1 holiday parade in the country. It is 125 years this year, and we'll be out all day looking at costumes, watching the bands, watching the performances. It's going to be a whole day, like a long day. It's also going to be cold. Our community is generally very enthusiastic about cooking. We're very conversational. We hold space for lurkers. We're very kind of weird, a little bit sassy. Definitely there's a little innuendo here. So if you're like squeamish about that kind of thing, sorry, that's me. I enjoy it. Anyway, as I said, followers are silent. We're working on a recipe today, a new recipe. It is an asparagus, cheddar, and rice puff pastry tart thing. Where we're at right now is when y'all came in, I am... and we have a bot that likes flirting. And will ask you if you're flirting directly, because I don't understand when I am being flirted with in real life, because I have blindness to that type of thing. Fun fact. A little bit of fun about me that is really annoying on a regular basis. Anyway, where was I? Oh, I have a pan preheating on the stove. I'm going to put this asparagus in it. We're going to season it, saute it. We're going to add all of that to a big bowl that I just put back in the fucking thing. No, we're going to add all that to this big bowl, because this bowl has cup and measurements on it. As I said, we're working on a recipe. We're developing a recipe today, so we are doing a little bit of like measuring and all of that type of thing. Please work. Yes. Unless it didn't. Oh, it did. Hell yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go over to the stove here. I've got my pan preheated. It is pretty hot. I'm gonna measure out the number of tablespoons of oil that I'm adding. We're measuring literally everything. Everything. Boss Rich says neither did my husband. He still doesn't. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I don't close the deal really well because I don't ever know. I'm like, are you actually flirting with me? I don't know. And then they're like, hey, we have been talking for 4 hours. How are you not sure? And I'm like, because I don't know. I'm so sorry. And they're like, this is annoying. I'm over it. And I'm like, please don't leave. Anyway, Michael says, any quick tips for the next round of food fight competitors? Oh, hold on. Start the timer. Sheesh. We got to start the timer. All right, we have a 10-inch pan set over medium heat. We're adding our asparagus, and we are cooking. How long are we cooking? I'm not sure, but we're about to find out. We have asparagus going in. I'm going to add salt and pepper to this right now. Salt. I'm adding a teaspoon of salt. I'm going to add a teaspoon of pepper. Where did I put the pepper? Sheesh. The wedding ring blocks all flirtatious behavior. You know, I don't like jewelry. So it gets in the way. You know, though, it never seems to be a problem. Okay, so we're putting this, let's make some notes here as this is cooking. So we have this over, okay, asparagus. How many tablespoons of olive oil did I just put in there? Cut asparagus, cook asparagus, 10-inch fry, 2 tablespoons oil, heat, then add salt, pep, 1 teaspoon each. Okay. Catalina, welcome in. Okay, this is cooking. So I have my puff pastry thawing on the counter. I think what I would say in the order of things here is I'm already seeing like the minute rice. The minute rice is super quick. I feel like doing the order of things, the asparagus should be probably be first. Will there be bacon? Unfortunately, not today. Today, we're trying to keep it in a very tight window of ingredients. We're trying to keep it to 5. So we have puff pastry, rice, cheddar cheese, puff pastry, asparagus, rice, cheddar cheese. That's the filling. Puff pastry is the container, and then an egg for the egg wash on the outside is going to be our 5th. So we don't really have, I'm trying to keep it to 5 ingredients today. Salt, pepper, and olive oil don't count. Salt, pepper, and olive oil never count, by the way. And I've had people argue about that. Like, hey, this isn't really a 5 ingredient dish because there's salt, pepper, and olive oil in it. It's like, yeah, that's true. But like, if you're not salt is an implied ingredient if you're cooking. Like, put salt in your food, all of it, unless you have a medical, dietary reason not to, medical and or dietary reason not to. Like, again, if you have one of those reasons, great. Don't put salt in your food. Go do with what you want. But like, salt and pepper are not ingredients that you would list as like, if you're every meal that's ever been 5 ingredients also has salt, pepper, and olive oil, and they're not included in those 5 ingredient lists. Like, I'm gonna die on that hill every single time. Robbie, welcome in. Hello. There are salt substitutes, right? And like, use those if you want, or don't put salt in it. That's another option. Just don't do it. That's fine too. All right. My puff pastry has been out on the counter for 50 minutes now. I'm going to start a count up timer. Let me check it. Let me check that puff pastry. If it's starting to get too soft, I'm going to pop it back in the fridge here for just a second. This has been cooking now for about 5 minutes, and I am stirring this regularly. All I'm trying to do here is get this to soften. I don't need color on this because it's going inside of a puff pastry. It's literally going to be in something. I don't need it to be like good looking per se. Okay, this puff pastry is perfect right now. I'm going to pop this into the refrigerator where it will still be perfect in about 5 minutes when I need it. But I don't want it to soften too much because then it will get squishy and not good. Yes, MSG would be great. Now, if I was, again, this is a scenario where I make things for myself. Often the recipes that I'm writing are ones that are inspired by something I've made myself. And usually I take the version of the thing that I made myself and make it a little simpler. For example, in this particular dish, I would probably add like 3 to 4 different types of spices, right? I would probably add like a couple, I'd probably add like a little bit of Aleppo pepper to this, or maybe some red chili flake or red pepper flakes. I would probably add MSG. I might add a little bit of nutritional yeast. I might add an egg on the inside just to have it be like a little stickier. So I would do things a little bit differently, I think. But again, I am trying to make this as simple as possible. That's the goal. If I wanted this to soften faster, I should have put a lid on it, which I didn't. But I think I'm going to do another test of this at some point, and I will put a lid on it because I don't care about the color. That's the thing. I'm not concerned with how, what this looks like. A quiche pocket. We love the quiche. We love quiche here. Quiche is one of my favorite things. I've made quiche on stream so many times. And there was a little bit of discussion recently about whether or not the quiche I make is official real quiche. But I've decided not to listen to the haters. And that it is in fact real quiche. All right, we're gonna take, let's get a little one or two of these on a fork, and we're just gonna try it. Let's get some thick. I'm gonna get a thick one on there. Okay, almost done. Needs a couple more minutes. This has been in here for 7, call it 8 minutes right now. I'm gonna pull this out at 10. So I don't want the asparagus to be soft, like super, super soft. The other thing is it's going to steam a little bit inside of that pocket as it cooks in the oven. I do think that I could probably put a lid on this and cook this quicker. Because again, I don't really care what it looks like. If I cared what this looked like, I would have blanched it first and then like quick fried it. If I wanted like cooked and colorful with like brown, like little browning on it, that's what I would have done. I didn't, obviously. I also think that you could just blanch this and then salt it afterward, but I'm hesitant to do that because it wouldn't be as nice. It wouldn't be as flavorful. I do, Phoenix, exactly. I want texture. I want a little bit of texture. See, the goal in this is to hide the asparagus. Like, you know, like get a kid to eat asparagus without being like, here's a big stick of asparagus, right? How do you do that? You put it in a pastry pocket and you cover it with cheese. Also, you hide it. But I also want it to still have some of that texture, right? Kerrygold unsalted butter which is so good. I just used that in a recipe recently. I, in fact, used that in the cheese Danish recipe we made last Thursday. Quiche is whatever you want. The discussion was that I was using pie shells as opposed to using the straight up and down quiche style shells, which apparently are specific. Okay, taking this off the stove, let's come on back over here to the counter. We're going to put all of this together now, and then we're going to roll out those puff pastries. Okay, so I'm going to let this sit in the pan for like just a moment as I kind of continue on here, because this is hot, and I don't really want it to melt. I don't really want it to melt the cheese right away. So we're going to put it in there. Here's what we're going to do, though. Actually, I am going to mix it with the rice first. I'll put it in this bowl, and then it'll cool down as I put it in there, because it'll still be hot in this pan. Okay, so we're doing a full volume of this bowl. Hold on. Hey, we are using a new bowl. Let's tear the bowl. 1,374 grams on this glass bowl. I'm going to write that down. Glass. 1,374 grams. So I like to write write down what each of the bowls weighs, either on the bowl, if it's a metal bowl, or lately just in my notebook, because then when I forget to tear my scale and I start adding things to the bowl and I need to know what my weights are, I already have them written down. I don't need to guess or like do any sort of weird manipulation of material between multiple bowls. Okay, so let's do a quick, like, how much does this weigh? How much is it volume wise? So cooked, this ended up being about a cup. 1 cup, 200. So cooked, 7.45 ounces and 211 grams. Now, it was 302 grams before I cooked it. So that's a significant loss of liquid. Fun little fact. This sheet pan is clean. Stop putting dirty dishes on top of it, Luke. It's clean. You want it to stay clean. Okay. Filling that frying pan so that it can soak and clean easier. There we go. All right. 211 grams. So let's add to that. We're going to add 211 grams of rice and see what that ends up being. I'm going to measure that out by the half cup of cooked rice, because I'm also calling for this recipe to use leftover rice, which means you may have an indeterminate volume of leftover rice. So I want about a cup of a cup of rice, I think. So that was half a cup. This is a full cup. Okay. That was 2 cups. That's 1 cup of leftover rice. Yeah, that is... Okay. Now, initially, I had 2 cups of cut asparagus. So let's mix this together and we'll see what the ratio is. I think I definitely want more rice than that. Okay. So right now, this is very heavily weighed to be asparagus-y. So I'm going to add another half a cup of rice to that. Boss Bitch, I agree with you that Parma ham is great. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. We stream, generally speaking, twice a week for a good long time. The next time I will be live will be New Year's Day. We live pretty much all day. We IRL that day, so a little bit of a different vibe than the kitchen. But nice to have met. I hope you're welcome to come back anytime. C Films, welcome. Doing great. Doing great, I think. I feel. Okay, that is a cup and a half of leftover, a cup and a half of rice. We have, conservatively speaking, almost 3 cups of material in here. Yeah, rice alternatives, I would say, is 1-to-1. I feel like I'm using minute rice here, so this is like, you can make it in roughly the same amount of time as kind of the rest of the thing. I think that's probably enough rice. That's 452 grams. So 211. Wait, 452 minus 211 is 241 grams of rice. So I'm going to use 1 1/2 cup of rice. That's 241 grams. I'll convert that to ounces later. So I did salt and pepper. What did I do with the asparagus? Stirred, constant, 10 minutes. Okay. Then we mix rice, asparagus, and cheese in a bowl. Okay, so this is warm. I'm basing all of this off of one bunch of asparagus because I'm going to call for one bunch of asparagus and one 8-ounce bag of cheese, pretty much no matter what. The rice is just a filler. And the reason that I'm saying that this recipe works great with leftover rice is because you don't have to make, if you have leftover rice, great, just kind of like dump it in, right? Makes me want to add like cream of mushroom soup. Oh, totally, Liz. Yeah, this is a lot of cheese. Holy shit, that's so much cheese. It's fine. It's supposed to be cheesy. It's also going to melt. So like the interior of this is going to really melt. Okay. So we were at 452 grams. This is mixed together. Now we're at 680. So 680 minus 452 equals 228 grams. 228 grams, which is 8 ounces, which is exactly what it should be. So perfect. That is measured correctly. So the final sort of volume of material that I'm working with here is roughly 4 cups of material, which is easy. That makes it about a half a cup of filling per pastry. We love that. Okay. Let's put this rice. Again, we have leftover rice because I made a bunch. I didn't make a bunch. I mean, I made sort of slightly more than I thought I would need. Liz, I do think that, again, going back to the like, if I'm making this for myself and not doing it in terms of like thinking for a specific recipe / like goal in mind, for sure adding like a dry soup packet to this would be delicious. Adding other vegetables in here, just like a half a cup of frozen peas, throw them on in, really you're going to be limited by how much you can fit inside of each packet, each pocket, not packet. But that's about a half a cup at the moment is what I'm hoping to put in here. Okay. So next we need to get our puff pastry ready. So the puff pastry really should take maybe 15, possibly 20 minutes to cook. No more than that. And all of the things that are going inside of it are already cooked. So all I'm doing is making sure that the pastry itself is good and like puffed, for lack of a better term. So let's get that out. I would like to say on a clean counter or a clean surface, unfold your puff pastry sheets, and we're going to roll them out to going to roll them just a little bit, not a ton. And cut them with a sharp knife. That's an important point. Pause. Let me get these out of the fridge because these were like ready to go and then in the fridge for a minute. So we're going to get them out and leave them here for just a few moments. I'm going to get a sheet pan out. We're going to do one sheet pan. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. How many did I say? 5, 6, 7, 8. I said 8 of these. We're going to see how many we can fit on a regular, on a half-size sheet pan. These are called half sheet pans because they are half as large as the other ones. We're going to do 4 on one sheet pan and then 4 on another. I'm going to rotate them halfway through and then change where they are in the oven halfway through. I'm going to do 1 with parchment paper and then 1 with the silicone pastry mat on it. And we'll see which one I like the bottom of better. So with our sheet pans ready, let's get our puff pastry together. Let me wash my hands real quick because I'm now going to be using them for touching food directly. Okay. It is 6:26. I should be able to get these in the oven pretty soon, and they should be ready when Gwen and Calvin get home. And the next time we do this recipe, we'll figure out how long it takes to just do it, timing-wise. So, lightly floured surface. We'll roll these pastry sheets out. One of the nice things is that for a lot of these situations, like there's a way to roll puff pastry out, but I don't need to say that all when I'm working on a recipe because often there's other like links that I can be like, if you would like tips on how to roll out puff pastry, go to this link. And it helps the same site because it just is a backlink to their own site. So I like to consider that when I'm also doing these, when I'm working on these recipes, because that helps everybody. Okay, so we're going to roll these just a very little bit. I only want to roll them out. Let's see. They're about 9.5 inches. So let's roll these out to maybe 10. Let me just do like 10 inches total. Just like a little bit more than they are currently. So like 10 by 10. And again, I think all of this is basically just to be able to get enough filling in here. So actually, I'm going to roll these to 11. And then once these are out at 11, there we go. Excuse me. Once these are out at 11, we're going to cut. Well, not yet. Hold on, let me flour this side. So I'm going to roll both of these out and cut them both at the same time. So oven is currently on. Oven is at 400 degrees. I'm not positive that that's the right temperature, but the recipe on the back of the puff pastry box has them cooking at 400 degrees. So I am going with that. I think it's probably a good idea. So I want to roll this one out to 11. When I was talking about the puff pastry, like instructions, right? Like there are certain things that you do want to keep in mind when you're working with puff pastry. For example, don't roll them too much. Like if you roll this too thin, you will end up smashing all of the layers together and it won't puff into a nice flaky pastry. Thing number 2 that you need to consider is when you are cutting the puff pastry, you don't want to use a blunt tool. You want to use something very sharp, a very sharp knife, for example, or a pizza cutter, my preference. The reason is that your edges, the edges of the puff pastry are part of where you get all your flake from. And if you use a dull instrument to cut them, you end up getting smashed edges that don't puff. And so you just end up with a non-puffed pastry, which is like not what you want. So that's a little, there's a little tip for you. So we got those 4, and I'm cutting this into squares because I'm going to fold these into triangles once they are full. So we'll put our squares on the sheet pan. Again, I'm using one with silicone, one with parchment, just to see if there's a discernible difference, really. Okay, these are ready to be filled now. And again, I know that just based on my bowl that I filled already, as long as I do about a half a cup in each, all of that filling is going to get used. I don't know what the weight measurement is for that, but it should be easy to figure out because I have all my weights measured out. So we're gonna do both cup measure and a weight by weight. So we'll do both. I'll figure out the weight here in a second. So here's what we want to do. We want to take our egg. We're going to do an egg wash for this. You could also use milk if you don't have egg. There's really not too much of a difference between the two. There is, I mean, obviously a difference between the two, but a dairy sort of like heavy protein based wash is ideal. Was that a soft tip? Which one was what a soft tip? Okay. In the mix. Okay, so we had 211 grams of asparagus. Hold on, I can figure this out. There's an easier way to figure this out, y'all. The easier way to figure this out is to take the bowl. I'm gonna weigh the whole thing. 2,050 grams. 2050 minus the weight of the bowl. 1374. So I have 646 grams worth of material. So we divide that by 8, and we should have about 84 grams per serving. Pen, where are you? So 84.5 per fill, about 1/2 cup. Okay. So we do working. So this is another note, like working one by one. That's important because you don't want the egg to dry out. Fill your pastries. So here's what we want to do. We want to egg wash the outside because we're folding these together into a triangle. So we're putting an egg wash around the rim so that it is able to seal nicely. This is your glue The egg is your glue in this case. Then we are taking about 84 or so grams of filling, which is about a half cup. Let's just measure. This is 77 grams in this cup. So, I mean, if I added, this is 85 grams right here in this half a cup. So that's perfect. We're going to add that to the middle. And then we're going to spread that out. Now, see, a half cup might be too much. These might be too full, but we're trying. And if a half a cup is too much, what I'm going to end up wanting to do is back off how much rice I put in here. Okay, now we seal the edges. Seal the edges. Press them down, and then I want you to press them with a fork. Just like that. These are a tart. So we have a little one here. That one seemed to work. I got it all in, so let's do another. Seal. Paint with the egg wash. Half a cup of material. About half a cup of material. Spread that out a little bit. And then fold over and press the edges together, pushing any pieces that fall out back into your pocket. Now, I am going to try these two ways as well. I'm going to put on each tray, I'm going to cut slits in the top of two of them and leave the top of two of them uncut. So what I'm trying to do is see, okay, if these cook for, 15 minutes in the oven, how much steam builds up? Is it enough steam to like burst them at the seams, or like not really? I don't think it will be, because all the stuff in here is already cooked, but I want to know. I want to know whether I should suggest doing that or not. The other thing I want to do is, for one of these, maybe two on each tray, I'm not going to press the sides in. I'm just going to press them together by hand without using a fork to seal them together, and see if they burst. Because if they burst, the worst case scenario is that, well, for tonight, the worst case scenario is that I put the pastry and the vegetables into a bowl and I eat them. Not a problem. For the purpose of someone following this recipe and potentially making these at home, there is an important distinction, because if you can get away with just pressing them with your fingers, that saves you a little bit of time. Not much, but enough that it's worth figuring out if it's possible or necessary. So what I'm going to do is, this tray is ready to go. So let's put this tray, 639. Let's put this tray in the oven. I'm going to put this one in the oven first, because I'm just going to cook these. I'll cook these one tray at a time. Okay, so as I mentioned, we're going to put a slit in the top of one of the ones that has the fork pieces pushed in, and then we're going to put a slit on top of one of the ones that does not. So this is a test. Again, we're just doing like a little test today. So here they are. These are ready to go in the oven. Oh, no, they're not. Okay. No, they're not. Hold on. We want to egg wash the tops of these too. That's right. Now, I know that I want to do that to all of them, sort of no matter what the production side was. So let's get our egg wash on the top of all of these. I forgot. All right. Now, I also neglected something here. I neglected to taste this filling before I put it in, which is kind of a bad thing. So I was talking about the rice and the salt earlier. Now, I had the thought, wow, that asparagus is pretty well seasoned. The cheese is definitely salty as it is. I don't really think I need to add anything else to this. So I don't really think that I do, but let me give it a little taste anyway, just to make sure. Because I want to get the seasoning right. And obviously, you know, if you have leftover rice, I'm assuming you probably salted it when you cooked it. So who knows? All right, 400-degree oven. We're going to put these in. I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes. And we'll check them after 10. Now, that took me 7 minutes. 7 minutes to do this tray start to finish. I did set a timer. Okay, so into the oven they go. 10 minutes on the clock. Go. Take our notes. Assembly, we do. Okay, things that I know we're going to do for this one. I know we're going to roll to 11-inch on flour surface. I know I'm going to cut 4 squares, egg wash around edge, fill, and fold. Now, after the fill and fold, I don't really know what I'm going to do. I don't know what the best thing is, so we're going to hold off on that for right now. What I am going to do is start folding these over and filling them now, because I know that at least for a good portion of this, I know what we're going to do. Caretaker, enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you have a good one. I hope maybe we'll see you on Thursday on the new year for our New Year's Day stream. The New Year's Day stream, which, not gonna lie, y'all, I'm a little nervous about it, even though my testing has gone well. Both of the last 2 tests went fine. I'm trying, I'm really shoring myself up. I'm hoping, but like, I'm weirdly like not getting my hopes up that it's gonna be good. We'll see. We'll see. That's fine. That's fine. I think that I'm happy with that. I could use a little more salt. I'm probably gonna bump the salt in that by like another half teaspoon or so. Needs a little more. It just needs a little something else. Just a small something. Okay, I'm gonna fold these over, but we're not going to. I'm gonna press them with my fingers because I'm doing that either way. But we're gonna take a look, and I'll know here in just a moment whether or not the fork is necessary because they burst, because they will burst, and it will be relatively soon in the cooking process. Edge. Okay. We're lining the edges of these. Oh God, I just heard voices outside, and I thought it was Gwen and Calvin arriving home already, and I was about to panic because I'm making good time to have these ready by the time they get home. These are dinner, by the way, just FYI. Like this is dinner tonight. We're not doing any. I'm not doing something different than this. We're eating these kind of no matter how they turn out is my philosophy. Like I said, I'll just put them in a bowl and you can just eat them with a fork for all I care. Will I be disappointed? Yes. Will they still have all the same ingredients and taste roughly the same as I imagined? Also, yes. Okay, so I'm pushing these together with my fingers. I don't know yet if I'm going to do anything else with them. No box mac and cheese. No, we could do, I mean, there's always box mac and cheese. Although at the moment, I don't think we have any milk in the house. We do have plenty of heavy cream, which would also be fine to make box mac and cheese with heavy cream. It would be a bit aggressive. It'd probably be really good, actually, if I'm... Now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm like, yeah, that's actually a great idea. That seems like it could be really delicious. Okay. So we got 2 more half-cup portions out of here. I have a little bit more. I'll have a little teeny bit of leftover filling, but like, that's okay. Not all of these were like a perfect half cup. Some of them were a little under, and that's okay. And that's okay. I've made it with water, so heavy cream seems fine. Okay, Angry Girl, valid. That's reasonable. You could also just make it with more butter, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's just dairy. They always say the butter is extra, but I've never made mac and cheese without adding the butter, so I wouldn't really know. Like, add 2 tablespoons of butter if you want to make it richer. I'm like, okay, like that was optional. Okay, those have been in the oven for about 6 minutes now. 4 more to go on my timer. I do not anticipate that they will be finished at the end of 10 minutes. The 10-minute timer, by the way, is so that I check them. The 10-minute timer was like the very minimal amount of time that I could possibly imagine that they would take. 4 tablespoons, Tim. Okay, you're living rich. Like, not financially, maybe. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but like flavor wise. Daisy, what do you got there? What are you chewing on? She's over here quietly chewing on something. Those are Calvin's headphones. Get off. No. That is Calvin's bag. She's got his headphones out of his bag. She's not even chewing on them. She's quietly gumming them. She's just like slowly putting them in her mouth. I don't know what she was doing with over there, but she's being weird. I don't know if you've met a 13-year-old dog before, but they're all kind of weird. Okay, that's less than a half cup of filling left. I would say from a ratio perspective, that is good. We did really well. We did really well. I'm literally gonna eat this filling out of this bowl. Zero shame in it. Okay, so 2 minutes left on the batch in the oven. 2 minutes until 10 minutes. I'm gonna put an eye on these. yeah, so I honestly, the ones that I pressed with my fingers seem to be, both of them seem to be fine. The ones with the slit in them seem to be better. I'm going to egg wash these now. The ones in the oven will not be done after 2 minutes. But here's what I do know already. I do know that these need a slit in them, because the two that don't have a slit have cheese spilling out the outside. So we're going to egg wash these, and then we'll put a slit in the side of them. When I pull those out of the oven in a few minutes, I'm going to determine whether or not I really need to do the press with the fork on the side. My gut says that I don't, just looking at them in there, but I can't really tell visually. I think the ones that have the air, the slit to let the air out, it looks from what I can tell like both of them are staying sealed and the other ones are not. So it seems like regardless of what process you take, you should let the steam out, which is that was my assumption to begin with. Like, I assumed that you would have to let the steam out of these because that's pretty much always the case. You almost invariably need to let the steam out of a pastry like this. Liz, you could add leftover chicken or ham. You'd add kind of whatever to it, which would be great. Okay, so that was 10 minutes. I'm gonna peek in the oven. I'm not gonna open it all the way. Okay, peeking, 10 minutes, not done yet. These need to be in, hold on, pause, Lou, pause what you're doing. Cut the top. Okay, so we're just gonna put a slit in each of these now, because I know that is the right move. Because, steam is doing its thing. I started a count up timer, and so it's just going to count up to, we're going to check these again when they hit 12 minutes. So how was the fondue? Did you enjoy it? Do you feel okay? Do you feel satisfied? How do you feel? What is leftover rotisserie chicken, right? But you could, and this is, Liz, that's where the idea came from, because one of my favorite things is just like puff pastry stuffed with stuff. Like, it's a thing that I've made many times, and I've got a good grasp on like what the ratio of filling should look like. And so when I was kind of pitching this recipe, that was the like, okay, I think I know how to do this, but like, let's just make it specific to asparagus. Okay, these are almost finished. One of them looks perfect. Like #1 stunner kind of perfect. All right, 6:54. Those have had their 2 minutes. They're not quite there yet. I'm going to give them 2 minutes more. I'm not putting these in the oven yet because I want to leave those right where they are. I don't want to make any big adjustments, and I don't want to make too many changes. Now, the other thing is the ones with the slits seem to be flatter, and the ones that are sealed completely have like puff. They're tall. That said, I know that when I take them out of the oven, all of them are going to collapse. So what I'm looking for is for them to stay sealed. them staying sealed is more important than what they look like coming out of the oven. What they look like 10 minutes after they come out of the oven, that's what I'm aiming for, not the immediate visual. Okay, so those have been in there for 13 minutes. I think we're almost there. I'm really looking for golden brown all over. So what am I looking for? Bake blank until golden brown and fragrant. I'm also looking for the edges of the pastry. The corners and the edges will brown before the middles. So I'm looking at those parts of it to determine like the best time. Okay, 14 minutes. 14 minutes has gone by. I'm going to give those 1 minute more and they should be done. D-Gamer, welcome in. I saw you were live on YouTube. I am live on YouTube. There's a link to it in chat for anyone else who's ever heard of YouTube. I know that you might not be super familiar with it. It's a little video platform that some folks use. There's some food content on there. There's definitely some gaming content if you like that. I'd love it if you would check it out. I multicast to YouTube as well. There's a vertical stream if you want to watch on your phone. There's a link to that in chat. I forgot you had a YouTube channel. Yeah, I forgot that I had that too sometimes. I don't forget. I talk about it regularly, but I'm sort of, I haven't quite fully folded the video YouTube situation into my like workflow, generally speaking. Okay, these are 15 minutes. These look great. Yeah, fuck yeah. Those look fucking sick. Excuse me. Pardon my words, y'all. I would say that it does not seem to matter at all whether or not we press the corners of the edges of these. So I'm going to do the same thing on this tray. I'm just going to do 2 and 2 and just see if it makes a difference on this tray. But anecdotally, I don't think that what I'm doing right here, this like pressing with the fork, makes any difference. Okay, so we're going to put these in the oven. We're going to set a timer for 15 minutes. And we're going to leave them for 15 minutes and not open the oven multiple times. And I bet they will be more and better cooked than those. So bake 15 is my, what is my oven at? 400. Oven at 400. Okay. D-Gamers ask, what are they? These are asparagus, cheddar, puff pastries. They have asparagus, chopped and sauteed, cheddar cheese, and rice, all in a little puff pastry pocket with an egg wash, folded together, cooked for 15 minutes in the oven at 400 degrees. We're going to see how they taste in just a few minutes because, like, right now they're really hot. So we can't. Apple flappen? What is that? That sounds German. It also sounds good. Apple flappen sounds like something I would eat. You wouldn't want to rotate them halfway through. You might, Angry Rook. I think you could probably fit all of these. Here's what I would say. You could fit all of these on one tray. Like, if you position these correctly, 1, 2, 3. Could you fit all of these on one tray? 1, 2, 3, 4. You could. You could fit all of these on one tray. That was weird. I thought that was a piece of cheese. It was a little piece of egg egg white that had been on the tray. And it was like eating a mini fried egg. That was really fun. Okay. You could fit all these on the tray. If you put 8 of these on the tray, I would say that you should probably rotate them halfway through. Yeah. I think if you put 8 of them on the tray also, it would take maybe a little longer to cook. I'm not sure. But I do think that putting 8 of them on the tray would be fine. Because otherwise, if you had 2 trays in the oven, you would want to rotate them halfway through, and you would want to make accommodations for that. So there is that. Okay, we are going to come over to the sink. I don't often do this, but like we got some work to do over at this sink before things get finished here. So let's do that. Please work. Hell yeah. We're gonna come over to the sink for a little bit and just do some dishes. I have y'all on the phone over here. Apple flapper, Dutch Belgian pastries, puff pastry filled with spiced apples, baked or fried until golden. I would eat that for sure. 0 questions asked. No farther information needed. Would eat. Yes, please. That sounds delightful, honestly. Well, we're gonna fill the dishwasher. We're gonna fill the dish pan, and then we'll be ready to go. This is what I usually do when we take our words on stream break. It's this is me over at the sink, just doing exactly what I'm doing right now, getting everything into the dishwasher that can go in the dishwasher. Yeah, real dishes indeed. Yeah, these are just the dishes from these are literally just the dishes from this particular meal. So there's a lot. It's kind of too many dishes, if I'm being reflective, and I think that I would like. So part of it is I'm calling for leftover rice, and I didn't have any leftover rice. So I had to make rice. So there was that. The other thing is, if you have to make rice, I kind of would like to cut this down a little bit. Maybe you make the rice in the bowl in the microwave. You do like the minute rice in the microwave, in the bowl that you're mixing everything together in. I think that would probably be helpful. That would cut down on things. I think that's really about it. Now, I'm also using like a silicone pastry mat to do my rolling on, which you don't need to do, but I did because that's how I do it. Okay. But we're doing some dishes here. Hey, barkeepers, I'm using you. Look at this. Watch this, y'all. You want to see some magic? Watch this pan get clean as hell. Look at this. Yeah. Just a little bit. You don't even need to let it soak. You don't need to let it dry. You just clean it. You wipe it. You do the outside too. Don't forget to wipe the outsides of your pans when you're doing dishes, y'all. They get stuff on them too, even though you don't really think about it all that much. But look at this. Look at how beautiful this pan came out. Look at that. Not any speck on there. Perfect. Not sponsored, but wants to be. I know, right? Please, barkeepers. Please. What a girl wants, what a girl needs. Ollie ballin'. Is that specific to New Year's, or do you make that year round too? Okay. We're going to actually do some dishes real quick here, because that means that no one has to do them later. That's an important thing. Yes, Angry Rook. Looks nice. See, with barkeepers, you can soak the thing too. Or not soak it, but like if you let the soap dry, they don't recommend that you do this. But if you let the soap dry on the surface of whatever it is you're cleaning, it will continue to like marinate and soak in. They say that it doesn't, but like I think they have to say that because it might just strip the paint off of the thing. Dutch deep fried dough balls. I mean, sign me the fuck up for that. Once you add the word deep fried dough to anything, we're friends now. We can be friends. I have my sharpening stone things sitting on the drying rack and just getting wet again. I always get annoyed when it annoys me when people do the dishes and then put them, if there are clean dishes on the drying rack, it annoys me when people start doing the dishes and put the wet dishes on top of the clean dishes. Not just at home, but like in general. Okay, we're getting there. We're almost there. I just want to get the dishes done before Gwen gets home, because then she doesn't have to do them. And it already sounds like she was feeling imposed upon today, so we're trying to be nice. It would be, if I do bedtime, then whoever's not doing bedtime does the dishes. So I can do bedtime and the dishes, and I think that would be a nice thing. Deep frying anything in a pan that's like adventurous. Yeah, Bellis, that makes sense. I just put everything away. Like, if there's stuff in the drying, like, I don't know. I have my routines. That's the thing. The thing is that, like, I will put the dishes away if they're dry, like, basically after bedtime happens. So like before I go upstairs for the night, because otherwise then I am putting them away in the morning. And I don't love putting them away in the morning. They're always going to be away by the time the coffee brews in the morning, the dishes are away. That's how it is. Okay, but this is good. Everything's finished here. It is Wednesday. It's Wednesday for you. It's almost Wednesday here. It's 19:09. That's 7:09 p.m. for those of y'all who are playing along at home. Okay, let's give these first round of pastries a try, because I know the next round it's going to be fine, because they came out fine the first time. P Gamers, I hope you have a good one. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate you. We'll be live again on Thursday on both YouTube and Twitch, doing a New Year's Day parade. We're gonna eat one here in just a moment, so I'm going to show you the inside, and then we'll give one a try. But the sink is free of dishes. Come on back over to the counter here. We got 3 minutes left on the clock. That was good timing. Okay, so as I mentioned, they all sort of collapsed again. But these look, y'all, these look, whoa, sorry. These look nice. I'm very, very happy with how they turned out visually. You can see the ones that have the slits in them have collapsed a little bit, but there's still enough filling in here that they hold up. They're like, they're thick. They're still thick enough to be pretty good. Let's open this one. So this one looks, again, this looks really nice. We have good coloring on the top. This is one of the ones that I used the fork on. You can see the edge has some nice layers on one side where the fork didn't take hold. And now this is one that I didn't use the fork on, and you can see sort of how the edge is a bit puffier. So, a little different there. But let's do let's open one of these up. It's going to give this, they do all look the same, Liz. These could have apples in them, they could have octopus in them, but these have asparagus in them. Asparagus, cheese, and rice. Let's find the right zoom for this. There it is. Sorry to bounce around so much, but that's what the inside of these looks like. Next cooking stream. I do have more puff pastry in the freezer. You can't see a lot of green, right? That was part of what I was like, if the rice and the asparagus kind of have a similar texture, maybe you won't even notice. Those are good. Those are really good. Yeah, you will. That is true, Liz. You will notice when you go peel there. See, if I had cut it in a different spot, now this little bite has lots of asparagus. Okay, there's my timer for the oven. Let's pull these out. Now these were in here for 15 minutes without touching. And they look good. They're not as brown as I want them to be. I'm going to give those another 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah, it's cheesy puff pastry. Happens to have asparagus with the cheese. But I'm really happy with how this turned out. Hot sauce would be good. Yeah, these don't have any heat to them. I was saying earlier, if I was cooking these with no recipe purposes, I would add a lot more seasonings to this. These are good, right? But they only have salt and pepper in them. Like I would add garlic powder and maybe a little bit of heat, either cayenne pepper, Aleppo pepper, crushed red pepper, something like that. I would definitely put that in here. But that's a note that I will add to this, because you always say like, hey, if you want to add, you can make this different by doing it this way or that way. That is definitely an option. You know what I have made on stream? I've made apple turnovers on stream before. I know that's not the same, but I have made those before, and those turned out really well. I was very happy, pretty happy with the way they turned out when I made them. I guess I don't need these cooling racks over here, huh? I put the tray on there, but I didn't really. I was thinking of taking the pastries off, but like I don't need to do that. Okay, that's 2 more minutes. Let's put an eye on these. Yeah, those are. I still want them to be darker. These first ones are not as dark as I want them to be. Okay, to be fair, they're not as. I wanted them to be darker, and they are not. I thought they would be fine, so I pulled them out. So what I will probably say is cook these for like 16 to 20 minutes until they're golden brown. So that was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, by the time, so I added another 2 minutes. I'll pull these out at 19 minutes, sort of regardless of how they are in that moment, because they look fine. They look like the first ones did, which is good. But I still do. I want them a little bit darker. I like my pastries to be dark, which is, you know, a me thing. A me thing for sure. Okay, we're good to go. I'm gonna pull these out. And then, yeah, and then we're gonna find somewhere to land today. I don't know where to land. We haven't. I wasn't online. I mean, I've been online for long enough that I don't know who's on and who's not currently. Let's see who's streaming in food and drink today. Barley the Burr is streaming. We love Barley. He's great. We have someone doing ice cream sandwiches. Chef Steve is live. It's funny because it's the time of year where there's a lot of folks streaming in food and drink who I don't know. Because there's a lot of people who are doing like holiday cooking, and it's also the time of year where there's like people who are off in between things and they're trying new things, and I don't know, it's always interesting. It's an adventure in food and drink right now, because it's like, are these folks streaming food and drink forever? Just once? Whatever. Anyway, here are the most recent batch. Angry Rook, I did taste one, and they tasted wonderful. Here's this go round. They're a little more golden. Hey, Kristen, welcome in. Good to see you. These are asparagus, cheesy asparagus turnovers. And those are hot. D-Gamers, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thank you for saying hi today. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a good one. Oh my God, there's so many people in food and drink that I don't know. No offense, that's a good thing. I hope they all continue to stream food. My issue is I don't love rating people who I have never seen before, because it might not be a good vibe and then I might regret it. So let's see who is on my following page, like who else I'm following that is fun, who maybe isn't in the food and drink category. We have, well, I was going to say we have a bunch of people that I'm following. Lots of folks I'm following. Okay. I think I would like to dump y'all with Barley the Burr. Because Jamie, I am. We're heading out, so it is not worth. I mean, I love Zach, and y'all know I love Zach. Don't use your channel points to bring folks here, because we are about to finish up. We are indeed about to finish up. But we will be live again soon. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I'm just trying to find where to go. Zach made the executive decision to rate in. Well, fair enough. Scene. Okay, I definitely know where we're gonna go. But that's fine. Hello, friends. Zach, happy holidays. Do we say happy holidays, or are we staunch? Are we staunch in the like Merry Christmas situation? Venom Scalshot, hello. Master of the Dark Farts. I love your name. Not what it implies, but it's creative. Grace Prime, hello. Becca, welcome in. Haley, hello. Where are you sending us? You'll love where I'm sending you, I promise. I hope. And I hope that we're not enemies where we're going next. Zach, well, welcome in. Friends who were hanging out here, please go follow Zach. There's a link in chat. Sofluff just put it in chat. I'm gonna put it again. It is Zach's stream is great. I love it. Big Juicy Naturals, welcome in. Why did I say it like that? Oh my god. Girl, I'm an atheist. Same. Big same, but I love me a stocking. I love me a stocking. Jamie, enjoy your phone call. I hope you have a good one. Jamie, that is one of my favorite things that you ever say in chat. Not that you have to leave, but that you're calling your dad, because like, love it. Dad support. Fuzzy Bee Butts, hello. Hello. I have that IKEA passion for dish towel. Good eyes. I too have this IKEA passion for dish towel. You know, this used to be one of the good dish towels, and I was like, I didn't want to use it because it was like a good dish towel, but then I was like, bug it, we're gonna use it. Friends who joined us, hello. It's nice to have you. We're finished for the day, but let me tell you what I did. Let me tell you what stream is coming next, and then I'm gonna send you somewhere super gay, which is fun. So anyway, it doesn't absorb it all. It doesn't. This towel sucks. This towel sucks so bad. It sucks so bad. The best towels. This is the best towel. I love this towel. I don't even remember where this towel is from, but if I could have 20 of these, it would be great. Friends who joined us, Zach is a wonderful human being, has a really funny stream, has an extremely regular schedule, and is worth going to follow. Please do that. Please especially go follow on YouTube. Hey, if you rated in with Zach and you're not following Zach on YouTube, come on, please. Anyway, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. We do recipe testing on stream. We do recipe development on stream. That's what we were doing today. We made cheesy asparagus rice and cheesy asparagus puff pastries. I don't know what to call these yet. Anyway, I'll show you what they look like on the inside, because really it's what's on the inside that counts, unless you're superficial, in which case go on. Here's what they look like on the inside. They have cheese, they have asparagus, they have rice, they're covered in puff pastry with an egg wash, and I promise you that they're good. Klein, hello. Megan says I brought some cute Christmas dish towels right before Christmas, and now I'm sad I have to put them away. You don't. You can do whatever you want with those dish towels, Megan. You can use them all year if you want. I use the towels that suck to cover my dough when I'm waiting for it to rise. I have a towel that is useless for everything but that, and it lives on the bottom of the towel pile right behind me. Friends who just joined us though. This stream is all about cooking. We talk a lot, we cook a lot. We do some IRL stuff, mostly vegetable forward, family meals, a lot of recipe development. I sharpened knives for a good like 3 hours today, which was probably painfully boring for many people, but I needed to sharpen the knives, and this is a cooking stream, and that's what we do here sometimes. So anyway, follows are silent. If you're the type of person that likes to lurk, hit the follow button, because lurkers, we love lurkers here. I talk nonstop during stream. I narrate everything that I'm doing, so you don't even need to watch. And there's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no flashing lights in the channel. I won't ask you questions about anything. If you follow, it's just like you were never here, except then you follow, and I know that you followed. And I appreciate you for it. The kids do the heart this way now. 365 Halloween decoration person, right? I have decorations from like all the holidays up in the house in various places where I was just like, fuck it, I'm not taking it down. Who cares? Grace Prime, I'm officially lurking. Enjoy. Very we love lurkers here. I'm a big lurker on Twitch. It's like all I do. I never chat. I very rarely chat. But I'm on Twitch constantly. So, what do I sharpen my knives with? I use a system called the Edge Pro. It is very, very robust. It is a multi-piece system that I have to like set up, but you can get some really refined and precise angles on your knives. You can get there's all sorts of grits that you can use. Grit as in like depth or density of the stone. Anyway, we are pretty much finished today. We are finished today. I was about to raid, and I was going to raid somewhere, and then Zach raided in, and I'm still going to raid that person, but it makes it more interesting now. Because I know that Zach, if you came in with Zach, I know that you love, I know that you love a combative, chatty gay, because obviously, who doesn't? And that's where we're going. So, before we raid out, I do want to tell you two things. Today is the last day of the month to get your Cookie Club entries in. Command cookies in chat if you're curious about what Cookie Club is. It is our rewards program for friends and members of the stream. We do cookies every month. So if you like cookies, homemade cookies sent to your house, click the link and it'll tell you how to enter Cookie Club. Today's the last day to do it. The easiest way to do that right now, if you're in a hurry, is to hit the subscribe button. You can use the regular subscribe button, or you can use the Prime subscription button. There's a link to that right here on your screen. It looks like a crown. Anyway, we are going to be live next on New Year's Day. We're going to the Mummers Parade in Philadelphia. We'll be out all day from around, let's call it 10 a.m. Eastern till probably about 9 p.m. Eastern. So it'll be a long day. We'll be outside. We're going to watch Philadelphians in feathers and costume dance around on Broad Street. It's going to be amazing. It's always super fun. We got a press pass this year, so I'll be like behind the scenes in some places we couldn't get to last year, and we tried to, but they told me no, get out of here with your camera. And this year I'm going to be like, bitch. Anyway, I said, bitch. Y'all see that sketch? Key and Peele. Anyway, not relevant to what I was just talking about. We will be live all day on Thursday, whatever day of the week happens to be. Whatever day of the week happens to be the thing. Let's find where I want to raid. I hope they are still live. Okay, we're rating another food and drink streamer. We're rating Barley the Burr. Today we were talking all about burrs on the edge of the knife. I mentioned barley at the beginning of stream, so it makes sense that we're going to go there later. Carly, my bestie is moving to Westchester, PA, which is super close by. It's very close to Philly, so I'll visit and he's checking out Philadelphia. It's a perfect. Philadelphia is like definitely an easy day trip from there. Okay, we are heading over to see Barley the Burr. It is a good sketch. I love it. Oh my god, I love that sketch. The Key and Peele sketch is one of my favorite ones. He's like, and then I said, bitch, and then she's like, what'd you say? It's great. Anyway, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look up Key and Peele, bitch. Thank you for coming today, Sofa. Thank you for the raid messages. We have our goodbye sounds are on. We have some links to social media in chat. If you would love, if you like other social media, there it is. It's there. The bot is eventually going to handle that. There it goes. I will make you one specific plea. Please go subscribe on YouTube. There is a link to that in chat right now. All you have to do is click that link and it will ask you if you want to subscribe when you click the link. You don't even need to find the subscribe button. Anyway, we'll be live again on Thursday. Out all day. Fingers crossed that my stream stuff works. Anyway, I should say that if you are offended by funny gay men cooking, you should not join this raid. If you enjoy that, then this is the spot for you to land. Let's go say hi to Barley. We'll be back on Thursday of this week. I hope you all have a good one. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. Hearts look like that. Peace looks like this.